minutes each. No, so some will be like half an hour. It'll vary. Some people, will only be 10 minutes, but it'll vary.
Okay. We're going to sign probably for like the first hour maybe and see if anybody is here.
Okay.
But if very easy, back it out.
What I was going to do was ask anyone requiring ASL interpretation to see Nat, one of our volunteers, and then Nat should be able to communicate with you if there are indeed anyone here who requires it.
Yeah, we're usually going to just so if a deaf person does walk in and they don't see an interpreter, they're like, oh, maybe this is the wrong.
Sure. Okay. That's great. That's great. Okay. So because early on I'm going to introduce Nat and get people to identify with them. Okay.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Let me just check. No, we're gonna have a laptop up there. I need to find out where the laptop is.
What is going on with my Stop it. Stop it. So where's it going?
I set it down and Gwen's hooking it up. It's 10 o'clock. Should we give people a 5
This is a microphone for this. It's not a microphone for the PA. I don't have the anchor, but front desk should have the anchor.
Okay, let me give it to you to write down.
So 1971.
Want to just write it? Or?
Okay, sure. Unless you want to write it because you'll understand your own handwriting.
Okay, that's sure.
Yeah. So
Oh, I can't read my handwriting.
What is this?
That's for, this is being streamed live.
And
Yeah.
then we just have to speak out loud?
Well, it won't pick up the questions from the audience or anything, so
Okay.
myself and other speakers will have to repeat questions. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you can do a room mode by flipping a switch on the back, but I think let's just not worry about it.
Okay.
Okay. So,
So-
1971, I marched on Parliament Hill for gay rights. I was 11 years old then.
Wow.
And then very recently, the iChannel Transgender Project, I'm one of the subjects. I am one of the people that they've interviewed and posted online.
Okay, and tell me what that is again, sorry.
It's the Transgender Project by iChannel.
By who?
iChannel.
iChannel.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Participant. You're a participant in the Transgender Project
Yeah.
by iChannel.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Awesome.
Yay! Won't have to yell.
Yeah. I'm going to be trying my best to do timekeeping.
Okay. That's great. Shut up.
It works.
Hi. Okay.
And, what's it?
Oh, nice. Okay. Yay. That's so fast and easy. Love it. Okay. I don't know anything about a microphone.
It works. It might have been turned off when we stick it in here.
Check,
It's
Oh, okay.
It was just working like 2 seconds ago, so.
oh man.
Hit it.
Seems like a terrible idea, Raven. Oh, Raven, this is Todd Sakakabara. He's the one
Hi,
who's
Todd.
going to be
Nice to meet you.
making the provider statement.
Oh, is it infrared? Yes? No. You said, okay.
So now it's
Check. No. Check.
adjust the volume.
Okay.
I know you probably have this covered, but are you going to tell people where the washrooms are and tell them not to smoke on the patio? You got that shit covered. I just thought of it, and I'm like, I wonder if she's got that shit covered.
Okay, thanks. Keep me
Our little side conversation gets broadcast.
then what happened last night? Yeah. Just give me the word. What time is it?
10 up.
Okay. Okay, we're going to get started. Welcome, everyone. If we could, what's that?
5 viewers.
5 viewers already. Cool. Hi, welcome. Welcome, everyone. We're going to get started. So if you could please grab your coffees, tea, etc., and find your table, find your seat. Can everybody hear me okay? You wouldn't know it. Can you hear Morgan? Maybe it needs to be louder. Yeah. I can't. Complications, technical difficulties. Okay, hi, welcome everyone. I'll just wait till everyone is seated before getting started. Okay, hi. Say hi back. Louder.
Hey!
Yay! Better. We'll get better as we go. My name is Raven Salander, and I'm your MC for the day. I have the great privilege of hostessing this event. But before we do anything, first things first is we are going to acknowledge where we are. And I'm going to ask Sandra Laframboise to come up and do just that. Sandra has been a trans activist for a long time. Sandra is an Algonquin Cree Métis person. Her father is Algonquin and her mother is Cree, French, and Irish. Sandra is a young two-spirit spiritual leader who has been actively participating in the Vancouver area for 17 years. Her ceremonial rites were received from Frank Superno, a Cree elder from Alberta, through the potlatch ceremonies. Sandra's broad experiences had brought her to lead ceremonies throughout North America and continental Europe. Most recently, leading a pipe ceremony within the circle at Stonehenge and lectures at Queen's University of Belfast. Sandra believes, cut out, tech. Power outage. Oh, please. Okay. I'll do that for now. Sandra believes in the regeneration of spirit through dance. Check.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll say that again. Sandra believes in the regeneration of spirit through dance, and as such has participated in the Sundance and also the Shoshone Naraya dance. In her other life as a community health development organizer, Sandra has been an advocate since 1972 for the LGBT community. She has numerous published articles on transgender issues and affecting changes through public policy committees in Canada. Sandra is now leading Two-Spirit and Friends Indigenous ceremonies on the reserve of Tsleil-Waututh. Her publications include 1995, participated in what is a very famous book called Transsexual, Transgender, and Queer by Vivian Namaste. In 1996, Law Reform Project, Finding Our Place, lead manager in this publication and contributing writer. 1997, Safe Tea Lessons, Transgender and HIV/AIDS, co-authored. That's Safe, letter T, Lessons. 1998, They Don't See Our Feelings, the healthcare experiences of HIV-positive transgender persons. 1999, Reclaiming Genders, participated as a writer. 1999 again, Anti-Violence and Vancouver, Transgender and Transphobia. 2000, Invisible Lives, the erasure of transsexual and transgendered people. These are all publications Sandra has been involved with. 2006, The Way of the Two-Spirited People. 2013, published a chapter in the book called Against the Grain, Teaching Transgender Human Rights. Thank you, Morgan. Hi, I'm back. 1971, this is, I'm assuming when it all began because Sandra was 11 years old at the time. Marched on Parliament Hill and participated in LGBT rights protest. And most recently, Sandra is a participant in the Transgender Project by the iChannel. All right, I give you Sandra Laframboise.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. It's I'm a little bit nervous at the beginning when I stand in front of people, but I'll get over it quite quickly. It's a privilege and an honor to be standing here before you and do this welcoming on behalf of my family. It's also exciting for me to see so many people on the continuum of transgender identity, queer issues, and all the pronouns we use. I was just chatting with Barbara Finley here, and we were reminiscing on how far away we started. 1992, 1991 together. That's how long I've known Barbara Finley, who's a very well-known activist in the trans community and a well-known lawyer. So, yay, Barbara. I love you. I love you. So reclaiming our traditional role as two-spirited people is not an easy thing. And simultaneously, as I started trans activism in Vancouver, we started as a national Aboriginal community to reclaim our own identity and our own role. In 1992, in a conference in Winnipeg, a whole bunch of people got together, and some of them are my friends because I joined 6 months later. So I wasn't really at the conference, but I was part of that community. And one of our two-spirit people had a vision, and we talked to the elders, and the elder says, well, this is a name that's come, and we should acknowledge that through a ceremony and all that. And so the word two-spirited started being coined then. It's an English moniker that represents and encompasses a whole umbrella of terms specific to different nations and different tribes. So as non-Indigenous, we don't go around saying I'm two-spirited, because even though it's an English moniker, it is part of a bigger culture. So we identify as mixed and ambiguous and plural gender as two-spirit people, and we traditionally had a special role, and at times we were revered and called upon to open ceremonies. And we lost that when we got colonized and the colonial people came over. However, we had specific names, we had specific roles, we had specific ceremonies to even decide if we were two-spirited people, and we were going to train you as a tribe and as a community. You weren't excluded, you were included, and through ceremonies, we realized that this was a gift of Creator. We call God Creator. So what's happened since, as we lost our role, we've been facing violence, rejection, humility, and isolation from our family, and sometimes even ostracized from the entire community. So I and others as two-spirit people argue that this was a symptom of colonization and goes against who we are traditionally and culturally, if not even an assassination of the psyche and the being. So today, we've been working hard in the last 18 years, 20 years to bring that back, and there's more and more and more nations that are opening and making inclusive policies and bringing us back together. And I, for instance, lead ceremonies on the Tsleil-Waututh Nation traditional territory, right on the reserve. I have a sweat lodge, and I'm called upon to do two-spirit ceremonies, and I'm supported by the family of Chief Dan George, Leonard George. Chief Leonard George is my elder. Ta Amy George gave me my name, and my traditional name in these territories is Kayleigh Leslin Knight, which means butterfly woman. And we meet regularly to talk about Two-Spirit and Friends ceremonies and to welcome everybody. So if you have a chance, I know there's some members in this community who have come to our sweat lodge ceremony. I would welcome you to come and experience a cleansing ceremony and a spiritual ceremony that's based in old traditions. With that in mind, today I'm going to read you Chief Dan George's prayer, one of his prayers, as I welcome you on the territory. And after, I'm going to sing a welcoming song of the Tsleil-Waututh Nation to Kaya children, the children of the Wolf clan, the Black Wolf. And that's really who they are, and that's their clan, the Wolf clan. But in doing so, I acknowledge to the northeast, the traditional territory of the Tsleil-Waututh Nation, to the northwest, the traditional territory of the Squamish Nation, and to the west, the traditional territory of the Musqueam people. They're all Coast Salish people. They all speak Halkminam, and there's a different way of pronouncing their names in the Halkminam language. So, and they don't run sweat lodges, although there are sweat lodges on their traditional territory. That's because they are welcoming as people, and they've adopted many of us and have allowed us and given us permission. Recently, I was granted permission by Chief Leonard George and asked to learn their songs, and that's big. That's really big, because these songs are related to time immemorial and come down through their ancestors. So Chief Dan George's prayer goes, "O Great Spirit, whose voice I hear in the wind, whose breath gives life to the world, hear me. I come to you as one of your many children. I'm small and weak. I need your strength and your wisdom. May I walk in beauty before you. Make my eyes ever behold the red and purple sunset. Make my hands respect the things that you have made, and my ears sharp to hear your voice. Make me wise, so that I may know the things you have taught your children. In every leaf and every rock, Make me strong, not to be suspect of my brothers and sisters, but to be able to fight my greatest enemy, myself. Make me ever ready to come to you with straight eyes, so that when life fades as the faded sunset, my spirit will come to you without shame. Aho. So with that said, what I want to talk about in terms of my experience as a trans person, I had sex reassignment surgery in 1981, the 26th of March, 1981. I've started queer rights in 1971, 1972, and I started taking street hormones in 1974, 1975. So most of my life, I lived in the identities that I chose. Was it a right? I believe it was. Is it a right today? We're still fighting for that. And as many of us who are sitting here, we all have different ways of achieving those goals, and we all have different thoughts of what it ought to be like and not to be like. So if I can leave you a word before I sing this song, is that we all think to come together, please. Stop the fight amongst each other and become a community instead of a divided community. Because as long as we're divided, we're going to be conquered. We're going to go one step forward, we're going to go 2 steps backward. These conferences are important. These workshops are huge in making policies and moving things forward. As an elderly person now, I wonder what my healthcare is going to look like in 10 years. I wonder if there's going to be proper healthcare for me as a transgendered person. And it's you young folks who are now taking the torch and moving forward that are going to be helping me with that. So come together, because we all want the same thing: access to proper healthcare, access to community health services, and human rights. And that should be the focus at all times: inclusivity and access for everybody. So thank you. With that, I'm going to sing the song. No hilo. Hilo. Oh, hilo. How are my relations? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sandra. I want to bring us to some housekeeping items. And I'd like to introduce Catherine Mateo, sitting over here, just because you're there and you're you're doing stuff, obviously. Catherine is our computer tech right now. So, and has also been a major organizer in this event. So thank you, Catherine. Okay, let's see. What should we talk about first? Smoking. No smoking, including out there. Okay, so 10 feet from the front door outside. Coffee, tea, and snacks. Speaking of addiction, back there. Coffee on this side, tea on that side. Wonderful snacks provided, some of them by Uprising Breads and others, and some of our volunteers who brought some stuff in for us. Thank you. I want to ask Nat to stand, please. Nat over here, if you are someone who has ASL requirements, needs, please check in with Nat, as we have ASL interpreters. But if you could please check in with Nat, just let them know that you're here and that you would require ASL interpretation. All right. Now, if I could also add, I think Nat's going to stay standing for this piece. Yes. Nat and others who have volunteered to be active listeners, could you please stand? Everyone who's volunteered to be an active listener. Now, some of what we'll be talking about today may be provocative, and if you feel you need a break, if you feel you need someone to talk to, we have active listeners available for you to do that. And they may check in with you if you leave the room suddenly, and just respectfully ask if you'd like someone to talk to. And the active listeners are wearing teal armbands, lovely teal / green. Now, active listeners, that doesn't mean they're going to be doing like yoga or push-ups while they're listening to you. That means they're going to be paying attention to you, okay? And like I said, feel free to access these people. They're good people. I know most of them. Okay, we also have all organizers and volunteers are wearing lovely purple armbands, and if you could please stand. So these are people that you can check in with should you have any needs, requirements, etc. Okay? Thank you, everyone. Purple, purple, purple. Okay. Washrooms down the hall that way, and trans folks more than welcome. Okay, down there. I want to bring your attention to the info tables outside. Trans Health Information Program has a table with lots of their information. Catherine White Holman Center has a table with all their information. I don't think I missed anyone. Great. Okay. Any questions? Good. I'm going to just, before introducing our next speaker, talk about what our goals are today. One is to acknowledge the hard work trans activists have already done and to build upon that. Second, to identify barriers to getting trans surgeries. There are barriers. How to overcome them. We'll do some brainstorming, some tactical decision making perhaps. And to imagine a better system for getting trans surgeries. What would a better system look like? And to create concrete action plans to mobilize for safe, timely, and accessible trans surgeries. These are the 4 goals we've set out upon. But I think another goal is for us to, as a trans community, make connections, meet with others, and because as Sandra pointed out so eloquently, it is in unity that we are strong. All right, I'd like to now introduce Nikki Zawadsky, who's going to talk about our group agreements in participating for today. So Nikki, if you could come up, thank you.
Come out.
I'm going to walk around if that's okay, because everybody's so far away back there. Good morning, everybody. I'm here representing the organizing committee today, and I've got a list of group agreements that we've come up with, and we'd like to talk to you a little bit about what you'd like to see as well. But first, before I do, I'd like to thank Sandra Laframboise for the lovely acknowledgement. Much appreciated. And just again to acknowledge that we are here today on unceded Coast Salish territory, and what that means is the rights to this land has not been given up. And I think that's very important that we recognize that. Yeah, I want to just, before you wonder who is this person and why are they up here, I'll just locate myself a little bit. So my name is Nikki Zawadsky. I'm queer, cisgender, femme-identified, and white. And I just want to tell you a bit about myself, because I think that's important. We know who we all are. My people are Polish and French. I have trans and two-spirit family, but I really recognize that I have white and cisgender privilege. I've been working alongside trans and two-spirit folks in allyship for a number of years now. And yeah, I've got everything written down on notes today, and I'm even just a little bit nervous, which is not the norm for me. So yeah, I see some smiling faces like one. But I just want you to know the reason I've got it written down in notes is because what we're talking about today, this stuff is really important, and I don't want to miss anything. So forgive me for reading off the sheet. Full disclosure, I currently work at Vancouver Coastal Health, where I coordinate a queer, trans, and two-spirit diversity education program. And I deliver workshops to service providers on inclusion. I've been doing that for the last 6.5 years. If someone else is talking else? Yes.
Listening for the purpose of understanding, really seeking to understand where somebody's coming from, not just
Okay, so not making assumptions and really trying to understand where folks are coming from, listening for the purpose of understanding. Thanks, Devin. Anything else? Yes, Morgan.
Try to stay on the topic.
Ah, very important one. Try to stay on the topic, okay? At the back there. Okay, I'm coming down because I missed the first part. Super important. Turn your phones to silent or vibrate so you're not interrupting people's conversations and distracting us with the important work we're doing today. All right, I've got a few more up here that I'm just going to go over. These are things that we came up with, and there may be some repetition. It's okay to feel angry today, but it's probably over the line to be outraged to the point that your rage is landing on someone that's here in the room. Okay, we're all here today to work alongside one another in allyship, and attacking individuals that are here today is going to cause harm, and it's going to be counterproductive to our purpose for the day. All right? We're here today responding to oppression, so it's important to remember that we cannot stop oppression with more oppression. All right? Does everyone understand what I'm getting at there? Everyone in this room has multiple locations of identity, so I'm hoping that we can have some compassion and a generosity of spirit for one another. We've all come from different communities, we all have multiple roles, different identities, but we're here today to work together under one umbrella. We want to be accountable to all the intersections of oppression, so I'm going to map out briefly what we mean by that. Oh, Chantel's still jotting, awesome. So when we're talking about intersection of oppression, I don't think I'm going to draw, I think I'm just going to talk. So some people are experiencing oppression from colonization because of racial and ethno-cultural identities. People experience oppression from gender identity, immigration status, housing status or the lack thereof, class, access to money and poverty, our abilities, and there's many more areas in which we experience oppression, okay? So to have a safe space today, we need to not replicate the oppression that we see here on the chart that I didn't draw. And it needs to be a collective effort, so we don't want to shame people. If folks go offline, we want to gently bring them back on track, okay? It's not about shaming people and calling them out to the point that they feel so excluded that they're not welcome here. It's trying to look beyond that and gently let folks know that they're off track. We need to share talking space today, and to accomplish that, it's everybody's job, so it's not just organizers' job. People who don't talk, I'm going to ask that you try to speak up if you can, or communicate another way if that's possible. And folks who talk a lot, like myself, are going to need to take a step back and sometimes let others speak. That's really important. It's also okay for folks not to speak too, okay? But what it's not okay is for the rest of us to make assumptions about why they're not speaking up. Folks should be able to keep their own counsel, and it's not up to us to second guess why people are not saying anything. They may have their own reasons. Sharing space is all of our business, and we have to acknowledge our collective responsibility. So for example, as a cisgender person, it's going to be really hard for me to tell a trans person that they're taking up too much space talking. The purpose of the day today is for trans people's voices to be heard, and so I'm going to ask that we all collectively share the responsibility of gently letting folks know when they're taking up too much space. The point of going over all this stuff that I just went over is to prevent uncool stuff from happening in the first place, right? We're trying to be proactive and not reactive. And that doesn't mean that we're not going to make mistakes today, we will. But let's try and cut each other some slack, assume the best of intentions while we're all here today, and work together to achieve our greater goals of improving access to gender-affirming surgeries. One more thing I've got to point about photography. Kai, where's Kai? Kai's right there. Kai's going to be taking some photos today, If you're someone that doesn't want your photo taken, please go up privately and let Kai know, and Kai will make sure to not have you in any of the pictures. Yeah, that's all I have. Is there anything anybody else would like to add? No? Okay. Yes, Morgan.
Can we take pictures of the presenters?
I think so. If the presenters don't want their picture taken, you can raise your hand now. Looks like we're good. All right, so I want a thumbs up or a thumbs down. Do we have agreement from the group today? Thumbs up? Any thumbs down? No? All right, thank you very much. We're good to go. I'm going to give it back to Raven here.
I need a platform, so I'm going to stay put. And I would like to bring this forward, but because of the connection, I cannot. So hope I don't seem distant. Okay, so thanks again, Nikki, for your valuable arrangement of our group agreements. And thanks, Chantal, for writing them down. Okay, next, we're going to ask Barbara Findlay to come up and Tara Chi to talk about guidelines for cis people and accomplices, allies. Welcome, is Barbara still here? Yeah. Oh, there you are. Hi. Welcome, Barbara, and I think Tara, is Tara still joining me?
These things are always way too high for me. All right. It is such a fabulous thing to look out at this group of people. Look around you. It's amazing. I want to speak for myself and all other cisgender people who are here. And some of you cisgender people may not know you're cisgender because you don't know the word. Here it is. If you don't experience a conflict between your sense of who you are and your genitalia, you're probably cisgender. You're not trans. That's the word for not trans. On behalf of all of us cis people, it is a great honor to be here today to share the learning that we will get from hearing what trans people need and want as a perfect healthcare system. A few hints for us, cis folks. Our job is to listen, as opposed to speaking, because lots of us cis people have lots of talking space and time in the world, and we actually have lots of ideas. But today, the ideas we need to hear are the ideas from trans folk. Take leadership. Take leadership from trans people. That means don't be the first person to suggest what should happen next. If you make a mistake, say, for example, you misgender somebody, and I can practically guarantee that I will make a mistake because that's what happens when I'm nervous, apologize. Don't go on to say, can you ever love me again? Please, will you forgive me? I really didn't mean it, and so on, because you know what that does? It heaps on the person you've just made a mistake to the responsibility to say, there, dear, it's not your fault. We know you're really a good person. We're all good people, and we will all make mistakes. Both of those things are true. When you really mess up and you can't stand it, grab another cis person, go out in the hall and tear out your hair. Not with it. If there are bald cis people walking around, I know who you are. I'll be one of them. All right? Have a great day, everybody.
How's everybody doing? Yeah, so far so good? All right. Expectations being met? Yeah? Well, I'm feeling like people need a little energy. And so I think we're going to do a little yoga. Oh, I am a certified yoga instructor. Okay, so if I could just get everyone to now please do a headstand. So much for my authority. But I wonder if people would mind standing. If you're comfortable to stand. And we just raise our arms up above our head and spread our fingers wide. Spread, 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 spread. Reach out from your shoulders, mindful of your neighbors. Let your hands float by your side. Everyone signed a waiver, right? Okay. With arms by our side, we're going to just lift our shoulders up and roll them back and lift them up and roll them back. Try to coordinate breath with motion. On the inhale, up. On the exhale, back and down. Roll them out. Oh, good. Now shake out the arms. Awesome. Let's lift your feet up and step it out a little bit. Great. So good. Okay. You guys are really like kind of advanced, eh? There's some yoga people here, I can tell. So we're gonna step it up, yeah. Because the other thing I do is laughter yoga. Yeah. Anyone done laughter yoga here? Oh, a couple, yeah, okay. And so you know you love it, right? You know it's great. Okay. So we'll give it a try. Okay. All right. So what we're gonna do is extend our. Now, as a yoga teacher, I've learned to mirror. Mirroring means I do the opposite in terms of left and right as to what I'm saying, which is, helps us look like we're going in the same direction. Now, you get used to this mirroring thing in your head, and it makes driving really messed up. But what we're going to do is I'm going to extend my left arm, but you're going to extend your right arm out. All right, and then bring the opposite arm to meet it. Trying to keep them up with your shoulders as best you can. Take a big inhale. Exhale to your elbow. Inhale. Exhale to your shoulder. Inhale. Exhale to your other shoulder. Inhale. Exhale halfway. Inhale. Exhale, extending the arm all the way. Big inhale here. And on the exhale, bring the hands above the top of your head. Inhale. And on the exhale, let your arms fall by your side. Okay, that was just the warm-up. Okay? Now we bring in the laughter. No jokes. Doesn't require any jokes, which is good because I suck. Okay, we're going to extend again our right arm out. And we're going to bring the opposite hand reaching. We'll take a big inhale. And exhale to the elbow. And inhale. Exhale to the shoulder. And inhale. Exhale to the other shoulder. And inhale. Exhale halfway. Inhale. And on the exhale this time. And a big inhale. And exhale. And we'll inhale our hands above our head. And on the exhale, the arms fall by our side. But we know how to exhale. And roll it out and shake it out. We got some good laughers. We got some good laughers here. Okay. So I don't do this next thing with every group because it requires imagination, but I can tell you guys are creative and imaginative. Yeah. It shows. Okay, so it requires a little imagination, a little visualization that we're holding in our hands 2 decanters. Remember those silver decanters that used to go in like a milkshake machine? Okay, we got 2 of them. All right, we're gonna mix a laughter shake. Okay, so just please repeat after me. Ho! 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 Oh, 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 oh. Thanks, everyone. We'll return to our speakers list. Some time ago, a group of care providers got together, all of whom felt that services to trans people, and specifically for trans surgeries, were not adequate. Care providers being doctors, nurses, counselors, social workers, etc. And Dr. Todd Sakakibara is a member of that group and is going to come up now and talk a bit about their work. Dr. Sakakibara, welcome. Thank you.
Thanks for that exercise. That was an awesome exercise. Really needed that stretch. But I also want to echo what Barbara had said, that it's just fantastic to see this whole group of people out here today. And so I really want to send my thanks and appreciation to the organizers and to the volunteers who have made this happen. So I'm putting forward a statement here today from the Moving Forward Committee. And we are a membership of healthcare providers working in the province to provide care to trans and gender diverse populations. We meet monthly to discuss care and advocacy for our trans clients and patients. And this year, a subcommittee of our providers started meeting specifically to discuss challenges we've seen with access to surgery, and that's the Moving Forward Committee. Today, we are here in solidarity with you. We recognize that much of the work that needs to be done in improving the health of trans and gender variant communities relates not only to what happens in our clinics, but what happens on a systemic and social level. Over the years that our group has been in action, there have been many changes to the health system in BC, and our members have been involved in advocacy and work through CPATH and WPATH. We recognize that historically, some elements of the helping professions have created barriers and gatekeeping for trans populations. We also recognize that trans voices have not historically been included in health decision-making and policy. We look forward to continuing to work to change this and make services more accessible. We would like you to know that we see the challenges that trans British Columbians currently face in accessing care, especially surgical care. The Moving Forward group started to meet in December of last year, outside of our regular monthly meetings, to talk specifically about improving the gender-affirming surgery system in BC. Of an informal survey of our group done prior to this event, our group members noticed high numbers of people in our practices who experienced increased stress with wait times, concerns related to costs and travel for surgery, physical concerns related to binding or other practices while awaiting surgery, and concerns with lack of choice and transparency of the surgical process. We found that in particular, travel and the possibility of postoperative complications are areas that you've expressed concern around. We are in agreement that BC needs to offer more streamlined, accessible, and non-pathologizing trans care, and in particular, gender-affirming surgeries. We would like to see more surgeries happen within the province and more providers trained to provide gender-affirming care in the province. As a group of providers, we commit to continuing to work towards improving care for trans populations in BC.
Okay, I think what we'll do before proceeding any further is take a little break. But just before that, I want to thank the many organizations, companies, and individuals who made donations, both monetary and in kind. Uprising Breads, thank you. The Bread Affair, I think they're on Granville Island, thank you. Heartwood Cafe, thank you. Vancouver Coastal Health made a donation, thank you. And our interpreters today, our ASL interpreters are volunteering their time, thank you. And to all of those who donated through Indiegogo, we raised a significant amount of money to be able to put this on today. So thanks to all of you. Let's have a round of applause, please. So I think we're pretty good for time. Let's shoot for a 10-minute break, okay? Somebody tell me the time now. 2 minutes after 11, so we're back at 11:12. Okay, thanks.
I should put it, I don't know, it's hard. Maybe back here.
And if you need tape and a knife, there you go.
Oh, it's because there was already.
You're worried about.
I don't know. That's just like,
That was really bad.
yeah, line up. Get some help with this. I'm not very good at it. Look, yeah. I don't think that's really strong enough to put on the back. Oh, wait.
Perfect.
Okay, so this can level up and help.
Good, Devin. How are you?
I'm good. If it feels appropriate, and if there's a moment, Jim Olton and I had connected with Andrea and Barb Fly, and they said they were going to take the committee to see if it makes sense for CPAP reps to talk for a couple minutes.
Oh, okay. I thought that was the plan.
Yeah,
It's not on the agenda.
I don't know that it's actually on the agenda, but I just and it's not quite a regular.
Can we go higher?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is actually have it on the PowerPoint as well.
I could probably do
So I
it.
just wasn't sure.
Great. Online? Thank you. I see. So it's probably good I'm not the MC, and Reagan will. Let's take, I guess you can look for Reagan. It's fine for you.
Sure.
Order copy. Right,
Oh, that's a great idea.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, unfortunately not. Yeah, I saw your email. I figured you can talk about it briefly if you wanted to, but it's
This is
and
this
the thing is
such
that
a scary crowd for me here. All my backstabbers are here from BCH.
well, you knew coming.
No, I didn't know Gail Knudsen would be here.
Oh, you didn't.
No, I had no idea she'd be here. She got some nervous on her face. Was the microphone on? That's okay.
I think for maybe
Pardon me?
for streaming it. So.
Oh, great.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I don't know. Maybe it could be. That's a bit of an outdated timeline. We had to pick it for.
Where is in here the program that you work for?
Trans Advocacy?
Yeah.
Well, it's mentioned in there somewhere, 2003.
But it was before that.
Well, that's where it was launched, but we started working on it.
When we got, when we got closed, within years of us being closed, you guys started working on it.
Well, Joshua, yeah, I came in later.
Yeah.
But yeah.
It was Joshua, Dean, and you, right?
No, it was Joshua, Devin.
Then Dean, because Dean worked for a while.
Dean was the counselor there.
Yeah.
He was the first counselor.
Yeah. And he's in Alberta now.
Yeah, I'm in touch with him.
Oh, good. Yeah, good. Yeah. Me too.
Yeah,
I see him. Yeah,
You see him?
Oh, yeah, I see. I go up to Alberta every year.
No kidding. I didn't know that.
I have a ceremony up there.
Yeah.
No, him and I go a long way.
I know. That's a really good example of healing and letting time to extend.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, some things are redeemable, others just are not. Well, people have to change, right? I think they got to change. They can't just hang on to their
Or the perceived.
Yeah.
Good. It's
Yeah,
like,
I'm wondering about the last part of it. Is where I don't know. They collective. I haven't really necessarily whether we want to come through.
Yeah, I do like 5 minutes and I'll make sure that like the wires are clear.
If you were
Yeah,
us, we're
I know,
interested in saying, hey,
exactly.
bring someone in what Thanks for that.
Well, I went to the PH that created the community advice committee. I went on it. I went on it, and what was the name of it? Yeah. And I wanted to write recognizing anything I want. And of course, the trans, you can't do that. And I said, you know what? I'm going to finish something. Perhaps you who I am. No, I focused on that.
Yes. Yeah, it is on. Sorry. Oh, I think that's. It should be a sign. Earlier, but yeah, it should be a sign. Okay. People know this thing. It's directional, so they probably can hear any of it because it has 33 feet. That's okay. You know what? It's a valid fucking. But yeah, it's not good. But yeah, it's a 30-degree heat, so you probably didn't have any problem. So
I'm gonna say we should regather.
Say again.
Should we regather?
Let me take this garbage.
Hello, everyone. I think we're gonna recommence in just a moment. If everyone wants to take their seat, we'll bring it back to the group. We can put the seats at the back.
Okay,
So great. Community was one of the contributors.
Okay.
And maybe you might want to acknowledge that CPAC or Canadian Professional.
Oh, you know what? Before lunch, I was going to acknowledge CPAC and community, but the community contributed. Yeah?
Yeah, they did. But at lunch is great. So never even do it.
Also, I talked with Devin and
Yeah.
with Morgana about doing it after lunch.
Okay. Oh, you did already.
You know what I mean?
Okay, great.
I think it'd just be more time.
Yeah. That's what. Yeah.
We'll just go right into
Okay. Okay, we're reconvening. Everyone, we're coming back. Welcome back, everyone. Please grab a seat. We're back. Wish I had one of those bells. Gong, maybe. Okay, I'm just waiting for everyone to get settled. And before I introduce our next topic and speakers, so if everyone could please get settled. Welcome back. I feel like Phil Donahue now. Okay, so our next topic is identifying existing barriers to surgical care in the province of British Columbia for transgender persons. And Lauren Moffat and Nikki Nikki Zawadzki and Lauren Moffat are going to now talk about such barriers. If you could welcome them, please. Thanks.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much. Thank you, Raven. So what I probably should not stand in front of the big board there. I would like to talk to you about, we would like to talk to you about the barriers to surgical access. I actually think this is kind of a fun topic because everyone likes to complain a little bit. So yeah, I would want this to be a little bit of an interactive discussion. So we're going to really pull on the audience for, you guys, for some of just the topics. So we're going to bring up an idea. Or not really an idea, like a step in the process, and we're going to ask you what you think are the barriers you might experience at that stage. All right, so we can just jump right in, I guess. Okay.
All right, so we've got this handy dandy presentation. So some of the things that have been identified is why do we have to work within the current system to access gender affirming surgeries at all? It's different than the surgery system that exists for cisgender people, and it hasn't really been working up to this point. And it's an unequal system of care that limits access, and it's filled with delays and barriers. It is a human rights issue, absolutely.
All right, so I guess this journey starts at some point. We actually have to decide that we're going to have surgery. So yeah, I'd just like to start out. Does anybody have anywhere along at this point that they can think of some sort of barrier that might have occurred? And of course, I would just love it if you just shout it out and I'll come by. Yes?
Well, it's not resolved in our part, but health systems can actually affect sometimes a barrier.
Right, so we have to start thinking about health concerns that we might have before just thinking about these things. Yes?
Mental health.
Mental health issues?
And having trouble away from the surgery.
Absolutely. So this issue of going from from just outside of the city to wherever we want to, and probably even further out. Like if there's places up in the North BC that have nothing like this, and you have to come all the way down to Vancouver. Thank you. Wonderful. Thank you. Yes. Sorry, can you say that a little bit louder? Right, so we have these little steps, like we have to see psychiatrists or psychologists before we can even get on to the next step. Absolutely. Yes. Yeah, figuring out even I don't even know where to begin, I guess. So when I started this, I just had no idea. I had no idea who I had to talk to. Yeah, so sorry, there was one other one here. Yes. Great. So we actually had a couple of things pull up. I think we covered a couple of them already. Thanks. So yeah, somebody already said what happens next? What's the big step? And then figuring out, is there someone who can help? And is there a long wait list to see somebody who can help? I have no idea if there's only one person, or if there's 3 people or 50 people. All right, so we're moving along. So we actually want to request help getting surgery. So at this point, do we have any idea of what might be a barrier? Yes,
It's a system, so if you have money, it's very straightforward. There's a really small number of steps.
Mm-hmm.
But if you don't have money, it becomes very convoluted and very challenging to even figure out where you need to go.
Yeah, so
which exact steps you need to take to get there.
So yeah, that financial class divide is extremely important. Anybody else? Go to the back. Yeah, exactly. We don't know if our healthcare providers even know what's going on. So if them understanding things is a critical step that we need to pursue.
But to be fair, it changes so often that it's really hard for anyone to keep up with how to get there.
Yeah, exactly. Things are changing. Things are changing right now, actually. So, yeah. And we're at the back. Yes.
Having competent healthcare practitioners see reception is understanding issues.
Yeah. So the service care within the doctor's offices and stuff as well. Yeah. Great. Nikki, do you want to jump onto the next thing? Oh, sorry. Yes.
Yeah, there's not enough trees.
There is what, 2 or 1 or something like that? Yeah. There might be more of us than them. I don't know.
There's not enough assessors either.
Absolutely, yeah.
It used to be back in the day with the old gender clinic, there was a choice of which surgeon to go to. You got your funding and you had a choice of 5 or 6 different surgeons around the world that had relationships with MSP. That changed once we got Bowman, under the understanding that he would be doing it here. But that, for various reasons, never materialized yet. And so where the logjam is repeated, both with assessors and with just one surgical option.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for that. Yes.
In my opinion, many of this, much of this does not boil down to a lack of proper funding in all aspects of transgender healthcare, and in this one, in particular, which needs some of us to think that it's actually serving that super limited, which limits the number of surgeries that can occur. So it's really funding that we need to convince the government to agree.
Yeah, that's a fantastic point. There's like a limit to anything that can go on based on how much money the government is willing to give us, I guess. All right, so just some things we also came up with if my healthcare provider supportive. Do they even know how to help us? And of course, are they able to do my assessment or not?
All right, so then at the next point, when folks are on their journey, they're referred to MSP. What can folks think of as potential barriers or problems? Yeah, one at the back there. I'm gonna come on down unless you're a really loud talker. Uh-huh.
2 years. Waitlist. I've been waiting 2 years.
Wow. So you've been waiting 2 years since you've been approved for top surgery on a wait list, and now you have to go back for another assessment. Okay, you haven't even been for your consultation yet, and you've been on a 2-year wait list since the point when you were referred? Okay. Anything else that have occurred for folks? Yeah. Unable to actually talk to someone on the phone. It's virtually impossible for folks. Folks are not accessible, okay? Sorry. Okay, so folks aren't clear on how long the wait list is or if there even is a wait list, and folks are not told how far down they are on the wait list. And so that also, can create problems if people want to plan for things in their life, right? Am I going to be having surgery next week or in 5 years? It's important to know. 10 years. Okay, one more.
Sometimes the chest surgeon is able to take private pay patients, and other times he's not. Other surgeons in the area who have been doing chest reconstruction surgery for easily 30 years have been told by MSP that they're no longer allowed to do it either through MSP or private pay.
Oh.
They feel intimidated by MSPs directly from their offices, from the nurses in their offices. So there's confusion here. It's like maybe an unintentional anomaly has been created, independent of any of the surgeon's intentions. It's the case nevertheless. I'm trying now to communicate with MSP. You need a lawyer to interpret. In fact, I was trying to get a lawyer to interpret their response.
Wow. All right, are folks getting what Lucas said? Just give me a sec. I'm going to recap. So Lucas is basically saying that that some doctors in the past have historically taken private pay patients, and MSP is now saying that that's not an option for some folks, and so it's a very confusing process. It's also creating a logjam, and they've been changing this statement back and forth. You want to?
It's just hard to keep up with because for a while Bowman's able to, and then he's not, and this is not his decision. It's MSP trying to make the system better, I'm sure, but it's creating huge distress and more suicidality among the more fragile people who are trying to just find a way, that maybe saved up long enough to finally get enough money to finally pay for their chest reconstruction surgery after 2 years plus waiting, and then to be told, no, we can't do it anymore, or, people just fall off the radar, you don't see them again.
Right, and you also mentioned that you almost need a lawyer to interpret what some of the requirements are.
Actually advised me if I couldn't understand the response, to get a lawyer, which is, important.
Okay, so MSP advised Lucas to get a lawyer to interpret the response. I'm going to go to Sandra, then I'm going down to Gavin, and then this person here whose name I don't know. Okay.
In the old days, there's a lot of confusion around that. What's happened now is Dr. Bowman, his paid staff at UBC, and has clinic days there now. And he didn't have operation days before. Now he has operation days and he has an operation team. So
things move quickly, more than before. Example, I saw him in September, and in July I was operated for top surgery. I have my implants removed, so yeah. So there's a change that's happening, and we need to continue the advocacy towards that change.
Thank you. Okay, I'm coming down here. Oh, great.
Go back a little bit to like return to MSP. It's like, well, we're talking a lot about top surgeries for end-to-end, but not necessarily other surgeries. So like, will MSP provide out-of-profit surgery? Will they, how much will they cover? Will they cover transit? Will they cover, like there's so many questions in terms of other surgeries that aren't covered with profit. And says MSP. So how do I access?
Okay, so lack of clarity and information of what is actually going to be covered by MSP. If I'm going to have to go out of province to Montreal, is my transit or my travel going to be covered? Are my additional expenses going to be covered? Folks aren't aware of what's actually it's going to cost them in the end. Okay, and you?
Hi, I just have a question on Lucas's point there about MSP saying that private surgeons can't do the surgery anymore, and I'm wondering if anyone knows when that happened.
Do you know?
I contacted one of the offices of one of the surgeons a year and a half ago on behalf of a family with the kids. I was so directly by the office and it had been about 6 months. So a couple of years ago, I don't know if that's accurate. That's my timeline, but it's, you know, I don't know how accurate it is, but I know a year and a half ago that was the case, and then it was right after the woman was able to do private pay surgery. And then shortly after, he was no longer able to, but I couldn't quite find out how that had transpired. And why the surgeons that are able to do it have been told by MSP that they're not allowed to, or for private or for funding. So easily,
All right, I've just been told that we have 11 minutes by Chantel, so I'm going to pass it to Catherine.
I guess like my information comes from more media, but I can't understand how the government and MSP would pay for Cameron Bowman to go get a fellowship, advanced training in bottom surgery, and then decide then that no, we need 2 surgeons. And I'm curious, does anyone know if a second surgeon is currently being trained? Or is the government doing anything to actually, bring that situation along? Or is it basically they're saying, no, we need a second surgeon and we're not going to do anything? So, yes.
Do any of the healthcare providers have an answer to that question? Dr. Knudsen? Sorry, Gail.
As far as I know, that Dr. Bowman has been trying to recruit a urologist that is interested in working with him, and he has not been able to do so. He was hoping Dr. Crean would come here after his fellowship, but he went to the States.
Okay, yeah, Maria, sorry.
I just wanted to add that I would guess that the reason it's so difficult to recruit somebody is that we don't have a funded surgical program that somebody could come to, right?
All right, there was a few more hands, but I'm conscious of the time. It was you over here, yeah? Ben?
I spoke with Roland Johnmore in July, and pretty much I was told that I'm number 78 on the wait list for the top surgery. And if I will be able to find another surgeon willing to do the top surgery for me, I am supposed to go back to her and they can arrange it because it doesn't have to be only Dr. Bowman. But I tried to call, I don't know how many top surgeons, which I knew from people that they were doing the top surgeries in past, and I pretty much finished on their assistants everywhere, telling me that I have to go back to Dr. Bowman because he's already one. And if I told them if I can pay the difference between the MSP and the price the surgeon is charging, they told me that their surgeons actually they don't do that surgeries anymore at all, even in the private. So I laughed at this 5 months.
So that's a lot of misinformation and confusion there too. So the representative at MSP said that you could go to an external doctor outside Dr. Bowman for your surgery, but then you weren't able to find someone. And then you would offer to pay extra on top of what the MSP price was, and still is. And so now it's back to square one. All right, I'm gonna.
MSP needs to tell the surgeons, because if we go to the surgeons, understandably, the surgeons aren't going to listen to a desperate patient. They need to hear from the horse's mouth.
Yeah, good point. All right, let's have a look at if we missed anything else, which I'm sure we well covered this. So a few things about referral. Have they even received my referral? What if I'm unable to call and set up an appointment for myself if I have other issues going on? Do I need a 1 or 2 person assessment? What if I can't afford to pay for my assessment or the extra costs? And what if I live out of town and I have to pay for travel and for my support person to come and stay in recovery house? All this other stuff is unclear, uncharted territory for a lot of folks, right?
Yeah, so at some point we're now going to be assessed for surgery. Would anybody like to talk about this step? All right, some things that had actually been brought up at least once. There's the idea that there might be an insufficient funding for assessment, and there might be administrative funding delays that we just, basically just halts the process a little bit. And of course, there's also the differences between which surgeries you're getting. Is there a longer wait list for fallow versus or and we've already heard a little bit that there is a huge wait list for one of them. Yeah.
So folks should probably see on the table, Barbara's put out a copy of an announcement that was released by the Ministry of Health. Is it on the table, Barbara? Okay, it was in the registration package at the front door, and so this is an announcement that came out last Thursday, and it is a step in the right direction. There's some positive feelings, positive vibes coming out of that, sorry, for lack of a better word. And basically what the ministry has said is that they are going to continue funding for assessment. VCH is going to pay for that, and then in the future, in the spring, they're going to revisit having this funding continued on by the PHSA Health Authority, Provincial Health Sciences, and looking at committing to more structured access to trans healthcare. Okay, I see a couple hands, so I'm coming around.
I just wanted to say that I work at the BC Cancer Agency, and it's kind of been a widely known thing that years ago the BC Cancer Agency was its own independent organization separate from any organization above it. And since then, they became part of PHSA, and that's actually been really hard in recruiting a president. So no one wants to work for them because they're accountable to PHSA. So I don't know, I guess I'm curious, other people know a bit about PHSA, because I get the feeling like it could be good and it could be bad. So it might be something to look out for a bit.
Okay, thanks for that. I'm going to come over here to James.
This question is for Gail. I'd heard that you were doing assessments without funding for a little while, and you were just doing them, and I want to thank you. If that's true, I want to thank you for that. And basically you said, okay, I'm not going to do any more at this point, and I just want to thank you for the ones you did. Now, with the assessments that you have a list for in your office, those are being moved somewhere, and where are they going to go, and how long will that take to put over to PHSA, I think, or something? They're moving somewhere, the assessment?
Okay, I'm running down there. It's good exercise today. Thanks.
Thank you for the question. It's not that I was doing the assessments for free, because I do bill the province for the assessments, but I was working probably 2.5 days a week for free for the last, I don't know, 3, 4, 5 years, running the program because there wasn't money for administration. When we, let's see, when I ran out of funding at September 30th, I had 33 people on the waiting list. So And I had assessed 197 people from January. So, and there were more than that came in from the other assessors. So what will happen is we're just going to, we have 6 months now to do a changeover, and there's going to be a number of people that, like my managers, like above me and directors, meeting and looking at the existing parts of the program, what will stay, what will go over to PHSA. Because what Maria had said is really what we have been working for the last 10 years is to try to get a home for the surgical program. And it's hard to get surgeons to come unless we have have a home. And then now what we really wanted was a nurse, pre-op care, post-op care, counseling, that type of thing. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there any more comments in this section? Oh yeah, we've got more again. Okay, coming down.
So this touches my current interest in pressuring the provincial governments. Some of us might have noticed that from a couple of places, the Ministry of Health is getting a lot of pressure. Like everybody in this room, they've noticed us and they're nervous, which is why we have a press release magically appear a couple of days before we have our meeting, which of course we have to keep an eye on. Also at a political level, provincially, there's pressure mounting against the current government about this, and they're definitely on the back foot. And I think it's important that we remember that this is a provincial political issue, and we have to direct our creative anger in the right direction.
Thanks, Morgan. Okay, I'm going to pass it to Barbara. We've got 5 minutes left, so I'm just giving you the heads up.
You just think I talk too much. I just wanted to say, follow up on what Morgan said. As a result, before that press release came out, thanks to the work behind the scenes and in particular Gail and so on, that we've got the entire medical profession on site. You know that group that used to be called BCMA? It's called something else now, but they're on side, which is kind of phenomenal, really, that they're on the correct side of this issue.
Great, thank you very much. So at this point now, so somehow magically we have surgical funding approved. So things are starting to look a little bit up now. But there's still a lot of questions that we don't know. I think I'm actually kind of at this stage myself, so I'm totally interested in hearing what everyone has to say right now. So are there any issues that arise after you've gotten funding approved? Well, I always wonder if, oh, sorry, yeah, right there.
There's that 2-year limit on the funding allocation, and then it says you have to get reassessed, or there needs to be something in place if the 2 years runs out.
Great, thank you. Anybody else? Yes, at the front.
I just wanted to comment on that. I don't think that the system can be more streamlined. I'm one of the doctors in Vancouver, and just to alleviate anxiety around that part, I know that in the past, if folks' time runs out, a letter from me or your other provider would basically be able to extend that in most cases. Again, I'm hoping that with all this action, that's not going to be such an issue, but just to kind of follow up.
Thank you.
Thanks. Well, I wanted to bring up the personal expenses involved in having to travel out of province, and then for post-surgical care, that comes out of our pockets. And what other surgeries in this province require you to have to pay for post-surgical care, which is not an option, right? It's not like, oh, I don't think I really want to do that, and plane catch back to Vancouver. So it's just that to me, it seems really absurd that MSP would say, well, we'll pay for this, but not the full amount. And then, of course, we need surgeons here in a major city, major province, who can do it here and don't have to travel across the country to get our surgeries done.
Thank you, Raven. And I'm just going to go back there and jump to you.
I want to raise a couple of things. Barb Finley recently just said that we should remember or take note of the fact that probably for the first time we have the entire medical community behind us. And that is, I agree, remarkable, having been at the WPATH convention when the new standards of care were adopted and 1,200 caregivers and trans people toasted champagne to the new ones. So I agree with that point, but I also wanted to mention that the recent decision and activities of the Law Society, although not directly on point, are very significant in terms of our general acceptance within the community. And the fact that the Law Society has taken the stance it now has in the TWU case also suggests that the legal community supports us to some extent. Lastly, on the last point that was raised about aftercare and the expenses of traveling, I think we should pay homage to some of our brothers and sisters who've had, or theirs, who have, or in-betweens, who've had complications with their surgery and have had great difficulty having those complications dealt with. I know I've spoken directly with a couple of these people, and not only do they have trouble getting the problems fixed, they can't even, with the assistance apparently of Three Bridges or the Transgender Health Program, get the information that they really require from the doctor in Montreal, for example. I take the view that one could argue at least that the government, having agreed to fund us and having told us that the only way we can do it is go to Montreal, that they have a corresponding duty to support us legally if something goes wrong, provide legal counsel, and fully protect us, because they have taken on the responsibility, rightly, to make us go to Montreal and so on. That's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to get to two more people and we'll probably jump on to the next topic.
I would like to know if there is a way how to inform people who were already approved about the $2,000 participation fee for Montreal. I found out about this only when I make appointment with the hospital, and now I have to scramble for $2,000. So from the beginning, when the person decides to go for the surgery, they should be informed there will be $2,000 fee. Or they expecting us to go on street and make some more money for it quickly?
Thank you.
I'd just like to respond, ask Andrea, one of the concerns that I hear again and again is once the 2-year wait lapses and they need another letter quickly, people are under the assumption maybe that the wait lists, which are, as we all know, quite lengthy to get in to see doctors, extends it yet another 5 or 6 months, et cetera, to get in. Is there a process where if a renewed letter is needed, that someone could just bypass the hormone readiness assessment lineup, for example, and just get that letter quickly updated? That's something to think about anyway, possibly.
And one more person.
This is a question that might not be quite timely. The reason is when we're streaming, it takes like 2-3 minutes to buffer out. So a person asked, does assessment for coverage of an ORCI go through the same process as SRS? In particular, is it any quicker?
It's the same.
It's the same. Andrea says it's the same. So, thanks.
Yeah, would you like to say more?
About the extension, I guess, yeah, coming back, like if someone's seeing a family doctor regularly, that would be different than if they had to see someone privately for the assessment. So to be honest, I don't know. And there was waiting at the back, so.
I might have just misunderstood what you were asking, Lucas, but I think if we're talking about the 2 years has gone by and your letter says it's, you have 24 months to use this funding, all you have to do is go back to the person who originally referred you to MSP. It's not another assessment. As long as they do that in a timely way and just ask for an extension on the funding, should be fine. So nurse practitioner, nurse, doctor, whoever made that initial referral to MSP. Okay, so it's really, I think that's what Lucas was asking. I could have it wrong.
Thank you very much. And are we on our last point?
We're almost on our last point. So this is stuff that we've actually already covered, because there's a lot of great ideas and comments being made today. How long is a surgeon's wait list? Can I afford to travel and pay extra expenses if I need to? If folks are saying not likely, and then they're finding out at the last minute about the extra expenses. Will my other health issues cause delays? What if I have diabetes or hemophilia or another health issue that may prevent me from getting access to surgery? And what if I'm not able to take time off work for surgery? So now we're moving out of the darkness into the light here where the surgery takes place. But there's still some stuff that's happening for folks. Access to post-op care. Is it offered in my province, or am I going to have to, cobble something together? What if I can't find a competent doctor to provide post-op care? What happens if I have surgical complications? What if I have to fly back to Montreal for complications? Will I have to pay for that again out of pocket? What if I have to return to work early for financial reasons, which is another thing that folks have said is common for them? And what if I don't have anybody to stay with me or help me out after my surgery? That's another issue for a lot of folks. I know one comment that someone said to me when I was walking around the room without the mic was that this discussion is kind of focused a lot on masculinizing surgeries. So I just want to give another couple minutes, minute or two, to folks who are accessing more feminizing surgeries or more gender diverse neutral surgeries or other healthcare options. If there's anybody else that wants to add anything that's been happening for them. Okay, coming around to the
tiered system again. People that have money can afford facial hair removal, can afford tracheal shave, can afford facial feminizing surgeries if they don't want to be targeted as a visibly trans person. If their purpose of doing this is to live as a woman. When I was with THP, there was a paper put together, Gail might remember this, where we advocated with MSP as an issue of safety. A case-by-case issue by safety. I think this is really important to readdress with a lobbying intention for those that want it.
So that's a really good point that Lucas made. So for other procedures, things like facial feminization and other hair removal, electrolysis and stuff like that, it's not covered. And that's another barrier for folks. And I'm going to pass it to Catherine.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that I think we're focusing a lot on the provincial government, but I think we should also try to advocate towards the University of British Columbia Medical School. The education that medical students receive on trans and queer issues is willfully inadequate. I know I have a friend in medical school. They spent an afternoon on the entire LGBTQ two-spirit spectrum, and they spoke to one person, and you might have gotten a queer person at your table, you might have gotten a trans person at your table. So that just speaks to the fact that surgical complications are not going to go, having a trained doctor, that's not going to go away unless we address the medical education in this province. So I think we should try to, hit them as well.
That's a really good point. Oh my gosh, there's so many hands. All right, I'm going to pass the mic to the last few folks, but I'm going to be really ruthless, and I'm going to ask respectfully as a cisgender person that we keep it brief. Is that okay with everyone? Just in the interest of respecting all of everyone's time, because I know there's other folks that have to present. Did electrolysis used to be covered by MSP? I've got a couple more hands here. Oh, you already answered that question? You want to answer? Does anyone know if electrolysis used to be covered by MSP?
It used to.
Some people. Lana said it used to at the gender clinic.
Many years ago.
Christine Burnham.
Thanks, Coach Campbell.
WG used to do it and it was covered at the clinic. Okay. And
Cystoplasty for non-trans men.
okay.
Thanks, Gordon Campbell.
Okay. Passing to Josie.
Okay, I have a remark about post-surgery care. And I'm from Port Alberni, and I needed to stay in Vancouver to be taken care of by Catherine White Holman Center. Without it, I wouldn't know what to do, really. Everybody needs post-surgery care, that's for sure. And how the people out of Vancouver doing it, I really don't know. So thank you to Catherine White Holman Center and for Three Bridges Care Center that they did give me this service, and it was #1 service. But I'm from Port Alberni. Where do I find the same service there? You know.
I'm just on my way over here. I should mention there's going to be a lot more opportunity to talk about this in a couple more sessions. But
Hi, I just wanted a little clarification. The male to female surgery, there's a 1-year period for the funds to be approved. Does the surgery have to be performed within that 1 year, or simply a booking for the surgery to be performed? No, it's 1 year. She was given 1 year. My daughter was given approval to have surgery within 1 year. And we'll have to look into that then. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
thank you. One more point, and I think we're going to have to cut it out for time. Thank you.
Despite the many problems that we have, I did want to point out that, it's probably a funding issue, but I did want to point out that in my particular case, I was told that if I went ahead with surgery, that they, because of my health concerns, they would actually send me to a hospital in the States, and I would receive full care there. So I would like to thank, and we should take note that there are some good things that are currently being done. Many changes need to be done, of course.
Thank you. And do we have more time? Okay, yeah, I'm really sorry, but we are out of time. I'm going to let Nikki wrap this up for us.
Sorry, I've just been talking with folks, and what we're going to do is we're going to put some large Post-its on the walls over the lunch break. And so if folks have specific comments or questions, put them on there, and other folks can come around and add their answers, or you can talk to some of the healthcare provider folks that are here if you have specific questions related to access to surgeries. But we are going to have to wrap it up, and I'm going to bring it over to Lucas and Tara now. They're going to talk about history of trans organizing. So today we're focusing on strategizing, and we're going to find out what folks have been doing for many years already. We're not going to do that. We're going to do something else. I better give it to Raven and be quiet now.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Nikki and Lauren. Please, a round of applause. We're running tight on time, but I think a small break is due. And here's the plan. We're going to take 5 minutes. We're going to stretch, we're going to get a drink, we're going to go to the washroom. We're going to come back, and then we're going to talk about the history of trans organizing in the province. We're going to spend some time on that, and then we're going to break for lunch, okay? Could I ask the active listeners to identify themselves? Okay, so please utilize the active listeners should you need to, okay? And let's take 5 minutes. What time is it now?
It's 12:30.
It's 12 o'clock, please come back at 12:05, okay? Thanks a lot.
Just so you know, that's a microphone, and it's streaming, so if you have private conversations, have them over yonder. Hi. Okay, sorry, just don't want to.
This coming out of? What's this coming out of? Like,
Oh,
what's being
that.
Oh, it's not right. Okay.
And this is part of the streaming.
Right.
They're listening to us right now.
Okay. Cool. Hello. It's like that's the small speakers. So
some of us can speak.
Yeah, so there are the speakers down below the table. I have a board that I can. Yeah, I just don't know if the It's an order each of the back. So that are you still doing the zooming your finger before the
Yeah.
So yeah.
Right before I have 2 comments to make.
Sure.
Before they go.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. We'll grab our seats now. Thank you.
And then do you want to introduce Tara and
I can.
Lucas? Yeah, might as well.
Otherwise, we're all past it.
Okay, we're back, everyone. Please grab a seat. Welcome back. We're just waiting for everyone to please grab a seat, sit down, or stand, but please focus.
Camp out, clap once if you can hear me. Do you know that one? I don't know.
I don't know. Okay, we're back. Thanks. Okay. I'm passing it over to Nikki.
All right, clap once if you can hear me. Clap twice if you can hear me. I'm going to say 3 times if you can really hear me. Okay, that means we're back to the room now, so please have a seat. And then thanks for letting me do that camp out thing. I learned that from camp out. All right, so we're back in the room now. I just want to mention 2 quick things before we pass it over to Lucas and Tara. One is I would like to acknowledge and thank Dr. Maria Townsend for giving us all the content for that Barriers to Surgery presentation that we just did. Dr. Townsend worked really hard on identifying a lot of the barriers that she sees with many of her patients and with many of her colleagues see with their patients. And I also want to bring up a comment. Yay, Dr. Townsend. Where is she? I think she's hiding in the kitchen. One more thing I'd like to bring up. Someone brought something to my attention at the break, and this is just one of those gentle reminders that we agreed to in the group agreements. And so it was brought to my attention that some folks feel that there's a lot of masculine of center folks having a lot of speaking time. And so we're going to gently ask that you please take a moment to let other folks be heard as well, just so that quieter folks might feel comfortable to speak up and be respectful. So I'm hoping that we're all okay with that. That was a comment from a few folks in the room today. So I'm going to turn it over now to Lucas and Tara. You guys.
Well, in that case, I'm not gonna present.
I'm afraid you have to.
We're not quick.
They're not ready?
Nope.
You know, no?
No, I assumed that would go up there. But
Oh,
apparently-
you know what? It has to go here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now we're trying to fun drive it over there. Do you want us to go over? Yeah.
So we're just gonna chill for a second. That's okay? Okay, here you go. Morgan is gonna do a little task pitch for us since we've got a few minutes.
Hi, I'm here to do a sales pitch for Trans Society. Okay, so I'm the chair this year. A bunch of the executive are here. First of all, I want to say thank you to everybody else who is helping get TAS back up and alive. We're trying to turn it back into what it was once, which is an umbrella organization for all things transgender and gender nonconforming and gender fluid in BC and kind of in Canada. And to do that, we need members that we can claim. We don't have enough members, we need more. And of course, with member comes money, which is always good. But it's really nice to say I speak for 400 people, way better than when I say I speak for 10 or 20 or 30 people that I can account for. So later on, I'm going to be sitting outside in a booth with my computer, and I'm taking membership applications. And please, please, please come and help us, and then we can speak for all of us. And we would also really like to see more of the spectrum of the trans world in our executive committee. Right now, we're really lucky. We've got gender non-conforming, did I get it right? And then a bunch of trans women, and that's what we have. It would be really nice to see more facets of transgender. And younger. That's right, so I'm not one of the youngest. Anyways, thank you. Are we ready to go? Okay, when we're ready, tell me when I'll do a song and dance. All of us who are on Twitter, we need to bounce each other's tweets around as much as we can to make it look like we're strangers, outraged at what's not happening and so forth. As long as we remember that the audience of all that stuff is, government people who have money at stake if they align themselves too much with radicalism. We're doing a really good job, but we could sure use 10 times as many voices passing our tweets around. BC Poly hashtag, that's right, exactly. Also, Bill C279, those of us who don't know, really needs our support on Twitter and also in email campaigns. Are we almost ready? Yeah. Okay. All right, I'll keep on going. So speak up. Everybody needs to speak up.
One of the reasons that trans guys on the far F to M spectrum who present as male are uncomfortable coming to these events is because repeatedly we're silenced. Please understand that even though if you're reacting to our masculinity the way that you see it, just remember that most of us were marginalized females one way or another for many, many years. I didn't transition until I was 40. And so it's personally upsetting to me to have someone say, stop the guys from talking. It's silencing. We need to work together. Put your hands up. Make space for yourself.
I second that. And next time we have a TAS meeting, I'm going to make sure that we really publicize it 2 weeks in advance to get as many people as we can. Lana has something to add.
I just wanted to say that I recently joined the board of TAS as secretary. I did that because we have the energy of Morgan leading us, and the steering committee agrees on a new direction, or at least a reinvigorated direction. Just so you know, in the long run, we hope to build an organization that has real clout, to do fundraising so that we can intervene in legal cases where it really matters. We can provide real assistance where it's required. That's our dream for TAS. And I don't know, we really need your help to achieve that goal in the long term. And we're hoping that you'll join us.
Thank you, Lana.
Get up here. Hi, my name is Tara, and we're going to go through the timeline exercise / trans history in BC with you all. And good afternoon. I don't keep you all from your food. You all look famished. Some of you don't even. This is Lucas Walter. I don't know if you want to introduce yourself or.
Briefly, very briefly. I'm one of the founders of FTM Etc., which is a support discussion group. We started, and several of us started in 1996. It's still going strong for anyone on the FTM spectrum. I was the counselor and then coordinator for 8 years at the Transgender Health Program. I'm thrilled that this is happening today and seeing so many different branches of the population here, including the care providers. I think it's absolutely critical that we all get together in the same room and use our voices to share with each other what our perspectives are. That's the true definition of a multidisciplinary group, is making room at the table for people that you might not even like, but we're all a part of this, and it's really important to work together.
Well, what we're imagining for this exercise here is that just the acknowledgement of our history as a larger community, just acknowledging the shoulders we're building upon when we do our activism, as well as inspirational piece for what the work we'll be doing later on in the afternoon. In front of you, I think you probably noticed there's a post-it note thing there. If not, let me know. What I hope everyone will keep present in their mind, if they see something that's missing on the timeline, I would encourage everyone to write it down, some piece of activism they've done that they've participated in, and they can take that up, put it onto our little timeline up there, which isn't completely up to date because we had to print it before it was up to date, but please post it on there during the lunch break, and we can add whatever you have to contribute, and hopefully we're going to leverage the knowledge of this entire room here so we can create a narrative of who we are together. Okay, to begin, I'd like to definitely acknowledge that we are not the first people here. There's a long history of people here before us, and this land called Turtle Island, and this little area they called BC. In 1778 was first contact, and since then there's been a long history of colonization, and the processes of colonization still continue, and it's done a lot of harm. It's disrupted their history, and it's marginalized, erased, and stigmatized what we call now as two-spirit identities. So I want these people to keep that in mind while we go through this rather linear history that starts in 1982, but there's obviously activism that happened before it, but it's relevant starting point because that's when the government finally recognized that MTF SRS is considered medically necessary rather than cosmetic. So it began being paid for by MSP. Unfortunately, FTM surgeries were not being paid for here. Fellow, yes?
The M to F surgeries got funded because trans women found the right desks to bang their hands on and made it the squeakiest wheel. It took a while for trans guys to show up, I guess, show up in the playing field and start to do that as well. But these changes don't just get given to us. It's people like you and me who are sacrificing their own downtime and their own mental health often to bang on the right desks and force the changes.
Oh, also to add that if people can't see this, hopefully there's a trans timeline that's printed out on your table. If you don't have it, there are copies up here. Feel free to grab one and take them home with you. They should.
It's got more in it.
Yeah, there's a bit more information in that actually because I didn't want to cram everything onto there. And sorry, the formatting is a bit off on that because it's running off Mac and I made it on PC. Anyway, so in 1984, the Gender Clinic, which is formal name is Center of Sexuality and Reproductive Health and Gender Issues, where it was established by Dr. Diane Watson at BGH. And 1987, Hornberry Society for Crossdressers was formed and founded.
And they're still going strong as well.
They're still going strong.
Still meet 4 times a month.
The Novzena Foundation formed in 1989, I think. No, 1990.
Let's look on here.
Yeah, sorry. 1993, yeah. Oh yeah, what did
1993.
Oh, I wanted to note, like along the bottom here, it'll show when SRS was defunded, when it was partially covered, when it was fully restored. Back in 1988, actually the Bill Vander Zalm government completely defunded SRS entirely. But then it came back secretively, but only accessible to people within the ministry. So no one can access funding, and providers didn't know that they could access funding until 1993, when I think Stephanie Castle went to Victoria and talked with people. That's when we discovered that, hey, people at the Gender Clinic could have accessed funding for their clients from 1989 onwards. So for that entire gap from 89 to 93, most people didn't know there was any funding at all. Yes. Sorry, I thought there was something significant there. Okay, so the high-risk committee formed out of the Zenith Foundation, And this was founded by our lovely Sandra Lafamboise here. And they became a nonprofit a year after, and their services are directed towards street entrenched trans women, trans men as well, I suppose, in the downtown east side, living with HIV and AIDS. And continuing on, Trans Legal Reform Project was launched in 1995. The FTM Etc. group was formed by Lucas and Kendall Wilson in 1996. The Harry Benjamin International Gender Dysphoria Association, which became WPATH in 2007, was held in Vancouver all the way down back in 98. And the Supreme Court decision on the decided the human rights legislation protects people from discrimination based on sexual orientation, and the courts read this as gender identity initially as well. The first Transmark happened in 98, and today, current iteration of it is called the Transgender Queer Two-Spirit Celebration and Liberation March, and it happens every year annually at I think a Friday of every Pride Week. BCFTM Network launched by the founders Lucas, Josh, and Goldberg in 98, and Julian Young. And Lucas spearheaded a series of written requests to MSP for NPF lower surgery funding in 98. Oh,
Let me just say just a very brief thing about that. That was a really historic, it turned into a really historic thing because the first step of doing a human rights claim is to make the request you want and then receive the rejection and find out from them, in this case MSP, what they needed in order to accept it. So that was the first step. The next step, though, there was the full support of the current gender clinic at the time, and Dr. Knudsen, who's here, was very much a part of that. Amalgamating the information that we put together, doing outreach. So was Pat DeWald, who was a stellar care provider, a psychologist at the gender clinic. But what was historic is that MSP actually came to Vancouver to the clinic to meet with the gender clinic team, where the 400-page document we're making this request and stating the reasons why, and outcome research from several different surgeons, etc., was presented to MSP by the staff. It was historic, having this kind of support, and particularly the collaboration between the care providers and the community. This is something that looks like it's continuing, which is the only way it's going to work.
Thank you, Lucas. I'm going to try and keep my promise and try to speed through this and not cover every point here. So you'll see the points on your handout, hopefully, but I'm going to try to highlight the big ones. TAS, Trans Alliance Society, formed in 2000. The Barbara helped on this case here, the Kimberly Nixon versus Rape Relief case. I'm sure many of us are aware of that one. I went to Human Rights Tribunal in 2002, decided in favor of Nixon, but Rape Relief appealed this and went to the BC Supreme Court, who overruled the decision in favor of trans inclusivity at rape relief centers.
Almost every women's organization in the province, thankfully to the rape relief rejecting the charge, created trans inclusive policies because they saw the appalling results of the Nixon case. So thank you, Rape Relief, for creating trans inclusion in every area of women's inclusion except for rape relief.
And thank you to Kimberly Nixon. Yes, of course.
Thank you.
And
to Lucas.
All right. This one, you can talk. Do you want to talk about BC quota? You're a lot more familiar with this piece here.
Well, a response of the request from the gender clinic and myself to have a phalloplasty funded. I was accepted as the kind of the test case dummy. I was seen as a reasonable recipient. BC HODA was out at UBC. It was the agency that was to advise MSP, that was their role, to advise MSP on new surgeries, whether or not they would be worthwhile during a trial period of, say, for in this case, 5 years. They did agree to do that, but it was right when the Liberal government was coming in, and the director of the time of the gender clinic, Ron Stevenson, and our contact at BC HODA felt that it was safer to just stop right then and there, because we knew the Liberals were going to slash all sorts of programs, and we didn't want to risk the surgery for the women, the trans women, being unfunded. It had already happened in Ontario, so this was our biggest fear. Personally, I wanted to see it put on the books and then stop. At least then it would be there. But I deferred to the judgment of the two directors, rightly so. And what happened was the Liberal government came in, they disbanded BC HODA, and they disbanded the BC Human Rights Commission. So all the efforts of that 3-year period of everyone were for naught.
This is close to policy, but no. Next, the first Transgender Day of Remembrance was organized by Family Starlight in 2002. It occurs every year, November 20th. Happens throughout the country. It's an acknowledgement of the women, primarily the trans women who were murdered due to transphobia. Sorry.
There's Tammy right there.
Hey, Tammy.
Take a wave, Tammy, come on. Let's take a wave.
And I'm going to skip ahead to the formation of a trans health program in 2003-ish, I believe. I know you want to talk about it. So.
Really briefly, okay. That was a vision of so many people. Between the population, I know Devin McFarland was a really key person, Joshua Goldberg, in working with a few of the people in Vancouver Coastal Health. There was a couple of people there that were just strategically placed. The vision was to just create an info hub and decentralize care so that people throughout the province would have the opportunity in their own regions, in all the general health regions, to find the care that they needed, access the resources without having to travel. That was the vision, as well as to spearhead training for more hormone readiness assessors and surgery readiness assessors. Funding being what it is, really we were faced with keeping people on the planet, basically. The vision's still there. I think it needs to spread out, and the other health authorities seem reluctant to take on anything because Transgender Health Information Program is a provincial program. So the idea that it's maybe going into provincial level is hopefully going to be really progressive.
All right, thank you. Next, I'll skip ahead to Family Starlight founding Canada's first Trans Awareness Week in 2004. New criteria that you can read off the TF site. Well, actually, that's the old criteria, but new back then. So, but anyway, CPAF member spearheaded a letter writing campaign to address access to surgeries back in 2008, I believe. Yeah, and yes. Right, it's right underneath there. I skipped underneath. It's 2002 May. Because the Liberal government put a lot of budgetary restraints on gender clinic, basically your whole support staff was laid off or just not funded, so it became only the clinicians who finally figured out that they couldn't do their work with what was social workers and nurses there. You want to chat something?
Just briefly on CPAP, I think it was Dr. Knudsen again who spearheaded the letter writing campaign when Alberta defunded the surgeries for trans people. CPAP put together a letter writing campaign that does more than just those of us in the actual population, the parents, the loved ones, the non-clinical people, but having letters from people with all those letters after their name is so crucial. It's easy to silence us or to dismiss, oh, well, you're going to say that because you love that person, but having the clinicians across the country put their signatures on those kinds of letters. Very quickly, Alberta retracted their statement that they were going to defund it, and since then, funding has continued to move. So that's the purpose of things like CPAP, is to provide lobbying as well as education and everything else, but it's a multi-pronged approach. We really need the clinicians too.
Hopefully we develop some of those strategies or recognize those strategies that work later in the day. We're going to have that inspired work. Feminidras, the Trans Advocacy organizing collective, they started efforts to change the policy at Lewis Pharmacy, which is run by the Vancouver Women's Health Collective. Their policy was women-born women only. They wouldn't allow trans women in the downtown side to access for services for a while. But it really was just a bureaucratic issue. A lot of membership really did want to change the policy. Someone just needed to prompt the discussion that, hey, trans women are being discriminated by this policy that you've had in the books forever. So after a month or two, they did finally change. So.
Yeah, because the manager at the time who was being open,
Oh, yeah,
was
sure.
discriminatory against trans women, but absolutely not.
Right, and she got ousted.
She got ousted.
Right. Or it was, she voluntarily resigned. But, yeah. A 3D transform happened, it was a series of workshops and events, and it relaunched the Trans March again right at the end of the 3-day workshop, between July 23rd and 25th and 2010. And the Catherine White Holman Center opened in 2011. Yay, yeah, come on. Sorry. New WPATH criteria, it's on the THIP site, it's taken right there from there. Phalloplasty was finally covered by MSP. Unfortunately, only 5 per year in BC in 2013. Vancouver Parks Board approved a policy to create gender-neutral facilities at all its venues in 2014.
Thank you, Connor.
Yeah. And Drew was part of that. Drew and the tie back there. And the right to change gender on birth certificate without SRS was one, and partially thanks to Barbara here that took the case. Okay. And the Vancouver School Board became the first school board in BC to adopt a policy around protections and accommodations based on gender identity. This is very recent.
And shortly thereafter, the Catholic School Board adopted a trans inclusion policy. Now, understand that adopting and implementing also for the school board are two different things, but the steps are taken so accountability can then be held.
All right, and hopefully we continue on, and trans justice is finally achieved. That's below rainbow at the end, and food is waiting for all of you. So, one more thing, okay.
I don't know how many of you remember the Monday Clinic. It was the precursor to Three Bridges. It was set up, I believe it was 2001. It was the same time that, as far as I know, the first inclusive trans support group began, which became the Thursday group and became under the care of the Transgender Health Program. Unfortunately, the Thursday group and its advisory group, which was the only built-in element to hold the Trans Health Program accountable, both were closed. I look forward, though, to seeing something similar reasserted in the near future.
Yay. All right, that concludes our presentation. And please, if you have posting notes, come up here after you grab your food, whatever, and post them all on the timeline right there. And I'll leave you. And I'll give it to Reagan here.
Thank you so much, Paul and Lucas. A great presentation. on some of our history. It's lunchtime, and in order to kind of keep to our schedule, because we still have a lot to do, we're going to make lunch 45 minutes, okay? If you want to bring lunch back to your table, if you haven't had time, please feel free to do that. It's 12:33. Please come back at 1:18. Okay, so that's it, and thanks everyone for your patience, and just some Jerry is going to talk about food.
So for folks who are hungry, there are a number of soups, and all of the soups have ingredient lists next to them. There's also some vegan shepherd's pie, and that has an ingredient list. There's a number of salads, and there's also in the corner a make your own sandwich station. So, and then there's beverages and lots of bowls and all that kind of stuff. So.
It really was. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
there's more money available because of the learning process. And then if you're all friends, I know I might just yeah, you're a house. Well, no, near me, like right there, straight down the road. Yeah, I guess especially pedestrians, down areas. So this is one morning around. All right, so. So it's like, why aren't you making extra sure that like extra checking the balance? Yeah, I'm gonna actually.
If I can have your attention for a moment, please, just quickly. We're going to be showing a film up here, Glenn Howard's film called Film 4WG. And we're going to start it momentarily. We're enjoying it.
People feel free to keep doing whatever you're doing, chatting, whatever you do. I'll turn off the speakers on this side of the room, but do whatever you need to do. Don't worry about it. We're multitasking here. Just a quick note. I'll just talk over talking for a second. Sorry, I apologize. Some of you know that I want to move to Berlin at one point. I checked it out for 3 months, loved it. What brought me back immediately was finishing this short film for the Queer History Project, part out on screen. So first I want to thank Drew Dennis, Executive Director of On Screen, as well as Amber Dawn, who's Director Programmer at that point in time, for the Queer History Project, which made a bunch of stuff documenting queer history in Vancouver. I realized that I came out in 2000, but I was out of school in 1990. So I realized that was 10 years in which I had tried to stay never talking about who I was. In that period of time, the kind of grassroots activism that happened in Vancouver was really amazing and made it much easier for me in 2000 beyond to be able to get through things quicker than somebody who was out 10 years, 5 years, 3 years before me. So in honor of that, in this 5-minute piece, I just want to acknowledge in it the amazing people who are doing stuff in the 90s. And many people have already spoke to them, so this stuff will probably be familiar to what you're already saying. That's pretty much it. I'll just play the piece and yeah, talk amongst yourself.
Kind of thing. The sad thing is that I didn't really notice that much trans activism in the 90s. I really wish that I knew more about that history because I know that there was a lot of work that had been done.
Well, Venice was an outgrowth of a Wednesday night meeting, and it lasted for 11 years. They got quite a good name, and not just here, but across Canada.
Had a membership of around 150, 170 people. And this was, of course, pre-internet times, pre-email. I think probably the major function was that kind of peer support, in as broad a sense as we could.
And the image, I think, is then at that time they wanted to be more conservative women, like, proper dress, all that. But I think then was great because it was there for others too, especially in the gender clinics, that there was a social group apart from the gender clinic.
Trans Advocacy Society was formally founded in 1993 with the BC Registrar Society. It used to be a once-a-week meal program under the Student Foundation. It was dealing with my own peers, sex straight workers, trans, ID drivers, HIV positive girls. I wanted a safe place for us, and creating that, we can start then collecting help data, community needs assessment, do individual needs assessment.
They provided meals, they provided some volunteer opportunities too to help prepare the meals and just feel safe that way. I think there was showers in place to apply makeup.
We provided condoms, we provided meals on site, we provided emotional support, talking circles, and we did a lot.
In 1996, I ran for municipal office. And, my activism and advocacy was leading towards that. The whole issue around sex trade too was very prominent to me, and some of the stuff that was being done in that government city really needed to tackle it. And so we all decided that we should introduce the issue to the public only because it could be done on our terms. It didn't win, but it did very, very well. Came in 14, and the first 10 get elected. And, out of 58 people, that's a pretty good showing.
We started the BCFM network in part because many of the groups that existed were for transsexual women. And so many of the things that people wanted to talk about were sort of, how do you do this, how do you do that? And that just wasn't relevant because we had those same kind of questions, but it wasn't so much how do you get rid of facial hair, it's how do you grow facial hair, or how do you style the minimal facial hair.
My focus was to set up a home base for trans guys. At whatever stage they were at, even if they were looking for hormones or surgery, we figured because there's nothing else going on here, let's just cast a really wide net. And sure enough, a few months later, people just started really coming in tentatively, checking it out, and finding support. Sometimes they come, they meet someone, and they become pals somewhere and not come back. But that's all that mattered, is someone found someone that they needed to talk to.
So I remember in June of 1999, a group of folks had organized this event called Transaction. It happened at the Roundhouse, and brought a lot of people together to start conversations about activism in relation to a range of trans issues. I think one of the things that happened out of Transaction was that WG was really inspired to keep on bringing trans people together to organize. And so I think that was the roots of Trans Alliance Society. She was very involved in TAS and saw TAS as an opportunity not only to bring trans groups together, but to have a province-wide coalition of ally groups as well. So at its heyday, TAS had 20 member groups.
including groups from all over BC, anti-violence groups and queer groups that weren't trans groups, but wanted to work with trans people. And part of that jostling and what that was looking like comes together from bringing together diverse people and kind of figuring out how we're going to work together. I remember when Community was just called the Gay and Lesbian Center, and I know that there were these amazing activists in the 90s who really worked hard to get that T recognized as part of an acronym, and then to have trans actually seen as an umbrella term. And I really think it's important to show our appreciation to them so that way we can continue to build on that legacy.
Let's keep building on that.
Yeah. Well done.
Is this on? For those of you who might have finished eating and you want a place to put your dirty spoons or your dirty bowls, There's a couple of containers for dirty spoons and dirty bowls right at the back by the recycling and compost and garbage. So they're just to the back by the coffee, the recycling, the compost. There's one container for spoons and one container for bowls.
Can I talk for 1 sec about the dishes? The rental place said that it's really important that we empty all the food out of the dishes. So if they still have food in them, they're gonna charge us extra money. So please empty them out before you put them in the thing.
We're back in 2 minutes. 2 minutes, we're coming back. Oh, sure. Okay, welcome back everyone, and feel free to continue eating while we continue with our work this afternoon. If I could get everyone's attention, please, and focus. I'm going to use Nikki's method. Clap if you can hear me. Clap twice if you can hear me better. Clap 3 times if you can really hear me. Awesome. Welcome. Okay. So A few acknowledgements. Jerry, thank you for lunch. Jerry was our resident staff. Thank you so much. A big thank you to all the organizations that were mentioned previously who donated and who donated food and coffee. But what was not mentioned is community. Community donated to us as well. I have a list of people who, individuals who, actually, who donated food. Thank you. Ray. Thank you, Ray. Marigold. Maria. Andrea. Nikki. Catherine. Ryan. Anissa. Sheila. And if anyone was missed, big thank you. And thanks to everyone who helped out with food prep. It made it an amazing lunch, really. Okay, I want to acknowledge the participation of an organization of the Catherine White Holman Wellness Center. Thank you. Speak up. Catherine White Holman Wellness Center. Thank you. Thank you to the Canadian Professional Association for Transgender Health. Thank you to Trans Alliance Society. All of us together, working together for an improved future. It feels pretty good. Thanks. Okay, now we've got a couple of people coming up to say a few things. And Gavin is going to come up and share some thoughts with us. Welcome, Gavin.
Hello, my name is Gavin. Before I share a few things, I was wondering if we could all take a couple of collective breaths together. So like 1, 2, 3, in, and out. Another one. One more. Thank you, first off, for doing that with me. For me, breath is all about connectedness, and as we're all here today together to try and work together, I think it's really important that we also try and breathe together and remember that as much as we're all coming with different experiences, different struggles, different areas of marginality and intersections of identity, that we're all here because we want to work together. So I just wanted to acknowledge that as I'm standing here, I'm a white, mostly able-bodied, queer, genderqueer, trans, middle-class human. Those are some of the intersections of my identity. And as every person in this room has intersections to their identity, our identities can shift throughout our lifetimes. And so to acknowledge where we came from and how we may have been marginalized at one point and how we experience marginalization moving forward, or possibly even the growth and gain of privilege. So just to recognize, once again, we're going to be going into some amazing breakout groups this afternoon. We're going to be hopefully doing some tactics and brainstorming around how to take action and move forward from today. And so as we're going into small breakout groups, I just want to remind folks to be aware of their privilege and where you may be sitting in your journey, and make spaces for folks at the table to share. If a voice hasn't been heard yet, make sure to check in and be like, hey, do you have something to add? And just be conscious or mindful of the space that you're taking up so that everyone's voice can get heard. And yeah, I would like to now pass it over to Raven, who's going to help us with some brainstorming for our tactic and breakout groups. Thanks.
Thanks, Gavin. And I'm going to do that in just another couple of minutes.
But first, Devin McFarland is going to come up and say a few words from CPAC. Welcome, Devin.
Hey folks, I wanted to acknowledge again all the folks who've been involved in putting this on. Like, this is amazing. I've been connected with trans communities. I've been connected better. I'm seeing somebody in the back with their ear up, their hand up to their ear. So I've been connected with trans communities, first in Vancouver and now in Nanaimo for years. And I was thinking the last time I saw a gathering like this in Vancouver, that it was about creating change together, about the well-being of trans folks. People necessarily I will try not to cough in the microphone. So I'm up here today because I've been involved with CPAF, the Canadian Professional Association for Transgender Health, for a number of years. How many folks have heard of CPAF before today? So, yay. I'm seeing a good number of hands up. So CPAF, the Canadian Professional Association for Transgender Health. Right now I'm getting to be involved with it. Currently I'm serving as the president-elect, and then the next month we'll have an AGM and I'll move into the president role. I'm the second trans person to serve as the president of CPAF, which is pretty darn amazing. So couple of things I wanted to share about CPAF that I'm really excited about. We had a retreat a couple years ago to work on our vision, to create something that we were really excited and passionate about. And what we came up with was a Canada without barriers to the health, well-being, and self-actualization of trans and gender diverse people. So that's thinking about trans people and all aspects of our health and well-being. Our ability to be happy and thriving in the world. Pretty amazing. What I wanted to do is share a couple of things that recently CPAF has been involved with that you may or may not be really aware of. One of them was alluded to earlier, that a resolution came from the Doctors of BC to the BC Medical Association about four resolutions that were supporting different aspects of trans people's well-being. But folks may not know that the BC Trans Clinical Care Group was involved in shaping those resolutions, and then CPAF provided some, helped in actually drafting those. And those were approved first by the Doctors of BC and then by the Canadian Medical Association. It's pretty darn significant to have provincial, it was pretty darn significant to have provincial and national professional bodies support trans rights and trans well-being. So I want to give a big shout out to everyone in the room who is here, who directly contributed to this or indirectly contributed to this through helping your providers know what your issues were. The other piece that I wanted to mention, where did it go? Is that a lot of folks here may not be aware of the link between Vancouver and the WPATH standards of care. How many people are aware of that link? I'm seeing a smattering of hands. So this is something else in Vancouver and BC we have to be incredibly proud of. I had the chance to be at a WPATH conference a few years ago, and people said, "You're from Vancouver." At the time I was from Vancouver. And they said, the Vancouver guidelines, the Vancouver guidelines. So the WPATH standards of care were very closely linked with what happened in Vancouver back in the mid-2000s when a series of clinical care guidelines were developed. And there were some key people from CPAF who were involved with WPATH in shaping those. Gail Knudsen was one of quite a number of folks, but there was amazing work that happened there. And again, it's work that came from our community that's recognized across Canada and recognized internationally. One of the things that I wanted to flag for you too around that is that we gotta pause to celebrate our successes along the way and to know what the successes are to help sustain us over the long haul when the work is difficult. And some of this work is difficult, but it's also so important to say, yeah, we've achieved some really amazing things. Also, I don't know if folks knew how, and again, how many people knew this, that the Ministry of Health in BC was the first ministry to accept the WPATH standards of care in Canada. I'm seeing like 2 hands up, maybe 3. So again, lots is happening in Vancouver. We're moving towards a primary care, family doctor-centered system. Got a long way to go, but we've made some really, really significant progress, and we can build on that together. But so much, as so many people have said, is about working together to create the change, no matter what our locations are in relation to this, that we can do this together. So thanks.
Thanks, Devin. That's some positive news. And, you know, it gets so confusing, right? All these terms and labels and cisgender, transgender, genderqueer, gender nonconforming. Wow. And then there's, you know, sexual labels like pansexual, bisexual. I'm bisexual, which means, of course, if you're bi, I'm sexual. Just saying. Okay, the next thing we're going to do is an exercise, a brainstorming exercise. And we're going to work table by table, or some tables can join together. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 flip charts. And if that's not enough, just grab some paper off the flip charts. We have markers somewhere, yeah, right here. And what we're going to do is ask each group to brainstorm ideas as to what your ideal provincial healthcare, trans healthcare system would look like. Okay? So just jotting down some key phrases and words such as in province surgery, for example, and others. Okay? And then what we're going to ask you to do is either leave it on the flip chart or find some wall space and put it up. And well, we'll take it from there. Okay? So as best you can, working together to come up with these ideas for what the ideal trans health system would look like in the province of British Columbia. We have 20 minutes. Okay? 20 minutes for this exercise.
Cards, okay. I'll get it to you.
Yes. It was like a essential.
Okay, we're going to move on to the next phase of the exercise. If you could wrap up your group's brainstorm. And then we're all going to go around the room with these stickers that have been distributed to you. And you're going to sticker, and then whether you have red or blue, neither matters. The colors are not significant. You're going to place stickers next to the statements, the ideas that you feel are most important. Okay? So the ideas that have the most stickers will be what we as a group have decided have priority. Okay? Does that make sense? I think that's unlimited. Just go, Chantal says 3. 3. You can only give 3 stickers each. Yeah, 2 each thing. Okay, did everybody hear that? Does everyone understand the instructions? Hi. That's the idea. Go around the room, please. Look at everyone's ideas and sticker everybody's ideas. You can put a total number of 3 stickers per idea. Just to clarify, you can each have more than 3 stickers, but you cannot put more than 3 stickers on any one statement. Okay? You can have as many stickers as you want, but you can't put more than 3 on any one statement. If you really, really like it, put 3 on one. But three per idea is the maximum. But you can have 3. Okay, so if you like an idea on the sheet, 3 stickers is all you can use. Is the maximum you can put on that idea. Okay? But you can continue to go around and put 3 stickers on other things.
I know, a lot of pressure for this one. I think I gave away my stickers too quickly. So I on my own sheets. Could also be like an interesting, like they get all typed up, be like, oh, there's lots. Yeah, like a little Venn diagram.
Yeah, I think you need one of these red dots.
I'm really curious what all these posters that got on there. It's amazing about things that people some of these are real. I think that ever happened.
Okay, thanks everybody. We're going to wrap it up. Everyone has voted. Everyone has chosen what is they believe the most important to them. Okay, just quickly, if you can hear me, clap. If you can hear me, clap. Clap twice. 3 times means you're really paying attention. Not bad. Okay. We're gonna take a break, and while we're taking a break, organizers are going to compile the findings of our system and report back to you. Okay? So, 10 minutes, please. What time is it now? It's 2 o'clock. 2:10, please be back. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, well, there is going to be so much. Yeah. I do. So should we do it? I feel like funding. Is it too soon for me to start?
Do it, jump.
Go.
Jump on it. Jump on
Funding, right? So like
everything. Oh, fun.
I'm gonna each make like 3 papers and call it a meme and record it.
Oh, I like that. Okay.
Yeah, okay. I'll do that.
I'll do these ones here.
So this is like long-term funding. Long-term long-term sustainable funding. Where are we compiling these? In your book?
Yeah.
Long-term
Or just maybe Raven one.
Should we include
in
what?
province.
Yeah, in province. Include what else people meant by funding in terms of like funding organization and that kind of thing.
Sure, we could, yeah, I like that.
Funding travel.
This one just says everything.
Transparency.
Yeah, I think that's it. So like,
So better education, healthcare professionals, and this thing is seen on top. Mandatory. Yeah. Yeah. Medical training.
I really like this one. Even though I wouldn't have thought of it.
I think that is really super important. Sorry.
India Trans Community Partnerships. No. What was I looking right here? Oh, these guys. The big one is real pathology.
Like the surgical care, but it kind of goes alongside these two things. So like how
What's that? Province to province contribution. Can we change it? Like, can we change this or can we change the province stuff in general? Yeah, but the more things are not clear, the more I think other provinces can rely on
in the non-binary without determination of like a variety of different paths for trans.
Under funding the
support you. So to streamline like faster, easier. Maybe, yeah.
And for streamline something that's like a health navigator role.
Oh, cool, yeah.
Yeah, do that first and then.
And then, you know, it can be like, so now we're going to have each person giving what's happening at each table. When you hear the one that you're wanting, keep that in mind, and then put that table. The table is all of them. All share. Make things happen.
Okay.
So Nikki noticed that she's worried that some people might start leaving, so that we should do a check-in and say that we've got Andrea's writing up what the outcomes of this are.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then just
People are leaving.
I don't know. That's what she was worried about. So.
Okay, we're going to reconvene in a couple of minutes. Right now, we've compiled what are the top priorities, and we are going to be moving on to our next breakout exercise. Not break dance, breakout. Chantal,
Thank you for picking up my glasses.
Oh, you're
Did
welcome.
I say thank you, Chantal, or did I say thank you to somebody else?
I didn't know. I think you said
I was up to fabulous. And later I thought, did I call her somebody else?
no, no. If you did, I didn't notice. What Andrea wrote
Yeah.
on there.
Yeah. Welcome back. Clap if you can hear me. Clap if you can really hear me. Clap if you can really, really hear me and want to hear me. Thanks, okay. So this is what we've compiled as being the top priorities of our, what we envision as a perfect healthcare, trans healthcare system in our province. Number 1, trans community partnerships. Number 2, in-province care, surgery, post-op. Number 3, funding, exclamation mark. Number 4, decentralized, better rural care. Number 5, streamlined, faster, and easier. Number 6, transparency, access to information. Number 7, non-pathologized / ID self-determinant. Number 8, improve health provider training. Okay? Now in our next exercise, we're going to be in different groups, and as we as we work within these groups, we're going to refer our work to this list. We're going to, as we work together in establishing what can be tactics and strategies to achieve these and other goals. Okay, is that clear? So we're going to have different groups. I'm going to tell you what they are. Number 1, and I think I have the facilitators for it. If I don't, you can correct me. Number 1, Gavin is facilitating grassroots organizing and civil disobedience. Gavin, where are you? Okay. Number 2 is Theo, continuing the dialogue. Number 3 is Everett, studies primary data collection. Everett, back there. I'm going to go over this again. Okay? Number 4, Kath, meta writing. Okay, Morgana's going to do it. Right here. Number 5, Jackson and Lana, legal approaches to meeting our goals. There's Jackson, Lana's right there. And number 6, care providers advocacy. I got Andrea. Yes, still Andrea, because I have a question mark. Kai, best practices for the future. Best practices. Number 8, Drew Dennis. Drew Dennis, is that full name? Sorry. Drew Dennis. Media approach to meeting our goals. Number 9, Lauren is facilitating. Lauren is organizing a trans-only group. So only those who identify as trans, please meet with Lauren to talk about tactics. Okay. And number 10 is the speed dating table.
Where is that? I'm
Okay, I'm gonna go over it again. Gavin, grassroots organizing and civil disobedience. Number 2, Theo, continuing the dialogue. Number 3, Everett, studies/primary data collection. Number 4, Morgan, letter writing. Number 5, Jackson and Lana, legal. Number 6, Andrea, care providers advocacy. Number 7, Kai, best practices for the future. Number 8, Drew, media. Number 9, Lauren, for trans-only organizing. Okay, so please find a facilitator and a group that you would like to work with.
Yeah. I don't have a group now.
What?
I'm not in a group now. I'm not facilitating. I like it. We can just stand up here and shoot prayers and hang out.
Where do you? I don't know, lipstick on it.
Oh,
They stick it in. Where do you and Richard go thrifting?
well, multiple of Value Villages out in the burbs usually.
Oh, yeah.
So we go.
The one on Edmonds is good, isn't it?
The one on Edmonds is good. My favorite is the one in like Quitlam out by Barnett Highway. I like that one. But yeah, I mean, if I really have to pick, I'd go out farther, like to like Lang. That's like the Chilliwack. It's a day trip. Can be done. You should come with us sometime. It'll be fun. Unless you're not a thrifter.
Unless what?
Unless you're not a thrifter.
I'm a thrifter. I just don't like the suburbs.
Suburbs, yeah, the suburbs aren't that much fun. Or we could go to inner city ones. But yeah, when we go to a village, we're there for like 3 or 4 hours sometimes. It's terrible.
Yeah, and Richard's good too.
He's
He
good.
finds some pretty good stuff.
He gets really good stuff. Is it working? Looks like it's sort of working.
Did Barbara?
Use flip charts for these groups? You should ask.
A lot of times when you're like activities, somewhere that's very well, generally speaking, like for myself, I would never actually have a long but I've had friends that have and kind of just like have everything planned out as what you're going to do. And then all of a sudden
It's just this is going to be 2-3 minutes delay, and audio is probably going to be shit unless you're talking to the microphone. So really bad.
Are you able to click on the link?
This is live, but it's two different. Yeah. So, okay.
You know what it might be? You know, it was a very cordial, formal.
How's everyone doing? Are we ready to, yeah? Thumbs up if you're ready to wrap up. Thumbs up if you're ready to wrap up. No, not okay. You're ready to wrap up. All right, well, we're going to give it 5 minutes, okay? 5 minutes, and then we'll complete. Is that good? Okay, so we're going to go for 5 minutes, take a break, and come back. Okay, I think it's been 5 minutes, so let's take a break. Okay? Let's take a 10-minute break. What time is it, Mandy?
It's 10 after 3.
We'll be back at 20 after 3. Okay, we're going to reconvene at 3:20.
So are you Chantal, going to do the let me touch base with Chantal. I'll mention it to you.
I think Section Health said they did some research.
Pardon?
I think Section Health said they did some research.
Okay, we're back. Clap if you can hear me, please. Clap again if you can really hear me. One more time if you really want to hear me. I need more applause. One more time if you really can hear me and want to hear me. All right, thank you. So we're going to get back into our groups, same groups we were just in. And we're going to further from our strategizing, getting more specific on who's going to do what, when, how, when, and where, two wins. Right, Chantal? Anything to add about that?
I'd encourage everybody to be as specific as possible. So what are the first steps going to be to accomplish your main idea? What are the other main steps? And who's going to be responsible for those steps? Your end goal, when do you want to achieve that by? And give some consideration to how other people in the room might get involved with what your group is doing. So how can you invite more people in? So after we're all done with this action planning stage, each table will report back on their action plan, and you'll have a chance to invite the others in the room to join whatever action it is that you guys have chosen to work on. Can I get a thumbs up if that kind of makes sense, what we're asking folks to do? Is anybody unclear to this? I mean, it can mean however you interpret that. Your big action might have many smaller sub-actions, but yeah, be practical, right? Because we're all busy people, and we all want to make sure that we are able to follow through on what we say we want to do. So yeah, I would say if you want to do more actions, sure, but make sure you can really follow through.
Awesome. Thank you.
I just really wanted to encourage everyone that there's still food left over and fruit particularly left over. And we're going to be starting to clear the coffee and tea, and we will also start to clear some of the food. So please don't be shy. There's lots of food there. If you don't want to eat it here, you're also welcome to take it away. So we look forward to you guys for taking food away. And yeah, and then there's a bread announcement coming. So.
And whatever food's left over is going to go to the All Bodies Fund as well. So, which is an awesome event, but you all know that. So.
Thanks.
I thought you were like, when is it over?
And we're going to go with this next piece until 4 o'clock, okay? We have until 4 p.m.
I could have brought Carnival. I didn't realize. She was so happy.
Five minutes, everyone. We're gonna wrap it up in 5 minutes, okay?
It's at large. It's at large. It's, I guess, how they just organized last week. So I guess they got it together. So yeah, oh yeah, I'll get because there was some time there for some questions. So like I know the Call of Duty. Yeah, there was another one a few weeks ago at the school. But yeah, there's other dresses like that.
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, we are back, and I'm going to be handing the mic over to Chantel, who is going to facilitate organizing what you have come up with. Lana? Yeah. You okay? Okay. Okay, so please be prepared to submit what you have come up with in terms of organizing. And here's Chantal.
Okay, hey everybody. My name is Chantal. If I could just get all of your eyes and ears on me, I would really appreciate it. Don't make me bring out my elementary school teacher voice. It doesn't work very well, that's why I don't want to use it. Okay, here's the plan. I'd like a chance to hear from each table about your big ideas. So the first thing I'd like you to cover when I get to your group is what are the big ideas of what it is that you want to set out to accomplish. The second thing I'd like to hear is, generally speaking, what are your timelines? So I don't need to hear like, well, tomorrow I'm going to do this, and next Thursday I'm going to do that. But in terms of like big picture, when are you hoping for your big ideas to come into fruition? Okay. The third thing I'd like to hear from you is what is your very first step that your group needs to take? So what thing could you do tomorrow if you wanted to do it tomorrow? The fourth thing I'd like to hear is what support do you need from other people in the group? So for example, say I was in the letter writing group, say nobody in my group has a good editing eye. Throw it out there to the room, say we could really use somebody who knows how to edit stuff, and then other people will know how they can pitch in. And the very last thing I'd like to hear is if somebody else in the group wants to join your group, how can they do that? Okay, so those are the kind of the 5 things. If you can't cover all 5 things, that's okay. And also think of it as like an elevator speech, which is kind of like when you get into an elevator, you're only in there for like 2 minutes, and then you get out, and because that way we can get through all of our groups and we're not here, because I know we're starting to get tired. So to keep things moving, the elevator, quick and dirty of those 5 things, okay? So I'd like to start with the care providers group at the back, just because I'm going to go in alphabetical order, and I like to see that look on Andrea's face, like. So I'll bring you the mic and I'll stride as you talk.
Okay. Do we have to present it as a motion, Chantal, or can we just say what our plan is?
Just say what your plan is.
Okay. Yeah. So the things that we discussed ranged from, I guess, contact, like how to get the word out, just like very like spreading the word by asking other care providers, people in power, like what trans knowledge and access people have all over the province, particularly when we're working in other areas. We have health providers who work all over the province, so kind of just like speaking out and asking innocent questions, but to sort of keep people's knowledge that there are gigantic gaps everywhere, but also collecting people who are interested in gaining information and education. And we talked a lot about collecting information and stories to pair alongside of hard, quote unquote, hard data or like numbers, along with powerful stories and how to ethically and sensitively collect those, because they're very powerful in terms of tugging at politicians' heartstrings, but also keeping people accountable to why this matters. And we kind of had a series of short, medium, and long-term ideas, goals, and thinkings from the provider's perspective, which was there are urgent, immediate things that need to be dealt with. And in our long-term goals, which would have a surgical center and it has all of the ideal sort of qualities of the system we talked about earlier. In between, we also need to develop a infrastructure and a system that has like administrative support and OR time and well-trained individuals. So we're sort of trying to think about like the long-term plan. Is that fair coverage of the general idea we talked about? Oh, and then we talked a lot about developing a providers hub, for different kinds of professionals to be able to access each other online from all different parts of the province or country. And we heard that CPAP is actually currently working on developing one of those. So also partnering with other trans provision groups to kind of make that happen. Okay, and then in terms of, are we talking about action items as well? Okay, so some of our action items, which we came up super fast at the end because we were all talking so much. Andrea is going to get in touch with Andrea and Devin are going to get in touch with Patient Voices Network, which is an organization that is going to help us to do some of that story collection along with some other ideas that we talked about. Might be able to. Janine, that's me. I'm going to develop a timeline and vision document along these short, medium, and long-term ideas to kind of help keep us accountable to what these jobs are that we're talking about with tasks and stuff, because I like that, as well as a good timeline. And I'm going to contact some of my health economist friends to start working on what are those, business plan. Again, if we're talking about short-term timeline and getting some major changes with the PHSA, then we need to have that in our back pocket. And we're also talking a lot about like what's going to happen with the PHSA and really talking about how we can hold them accountable and having the at least 51% community folks, trans community members who access trans health services make up that mix, which I think is very important. Yeah.
One of the ideas about the surgical center was maybe it could be a Western Canadian surgical center. Some years ago, CPAP had sent letters to all the ministries of health across Canada. And in 2012, we talked with the Minister of Health in Manitoba, and they said, yeah, we'd be really interested in a Western Canadian surgical center like for trans health and a center of excellence. So maybe that's worth exploring some more.
I think there was the only other action item was Lorraine, and then Lorraine has volunteered, Gail, in her absence, to find out what is up with the advisory committee and how can we get on it, which I think is an important and timely question. Where shall I pass it, Chantal?
All right. Yeah, let's first give these guys a round of applause.
Okay, we'll be brief. We had more of an informal brainstorm session. So our big ideas. Our topic is health surveys and primary data collection. Our big idea was to make something kind of like the Trans Pulse survey in Ontario for BC. We realized this is a big goal. So as short-term items, we wanted to form a working group and liaise with healthcare professionals and liaise with the folks from Trans Pulse in Ontario. That survey ended in April 2014, and so that means that they're sort of unavailable for contact, but also perhaps available for advising. Our first steps would be contacting them, and then next would be having a meeting in the new year. We talked a little bit about, we discussed different areas that are lacking in research, and we discussed populations that are lacking research data altogether. So those were two separate areas of brainstorming that we found in trans health. And generally, there's a large lack of trans health research, but we found specific populations that were even more lacking, and then specific areas of health research that were lacking as well. Specific support would be that our group is quite small, and so we realized that this will be a very large project. We're looking to reach out to academic individuals and clinicians for clinician-type research projects, as well as academics. And then as far as funding, we realized that this project will require funding. Will require funding and community support. So we want to have, again, like these guys mentioned, about a large representation of diverse community members, as well as academics and clinical researchers. So kind of an even distribution and recognizing those populations that we pointed out and trying to have them represented in a working group.
Awesome. All right, let's hear it for that group.
So if someone would like to contact us, we have some sheets on here that have some contact information. If anyone has any ideas, we have lots of those.
If you could just pass the mic, that would be great.
Hi, I'm Drew. Our group talks about media, focusing mostly on social media, print TV, radio, but also definitely talk about social media and the power of blogs and alternative media sources. And we started from a place of identifying what our goals within the media would be. Conversations about how stories are currently framed in media and how we would like to start shifting those. So our main media goals were one, the power of a breadth of diverse personal stories. In multiple languages, and also really starting to shift away from binary to non-binary conversations around gender. To be able to identify the problems specific around healthcare with some very simple stats. Probably prioritizing them. Oh, sorry. Okay, prioritizing those to three relatable ones. We talked about having a campaign website where we can direct people to what's the call to action. And we really talked about media as a tool for both.
Is this better? Cultural shift and policy shift, and how those kind of work together in tandem. And then also the importance, as well as not only the positivity of a breadth of diverse stories, but intentionally dispelling myths that are quite common within media narratives. And from there, and thank you to Jess, who's helping to hold my messy writing. Then from there, we talked about who our audience is. So when we talk about media, it's sort of everybody, but how would we start narrowing people that we wanted to reach out to? So policymakers, youth, transgender communities are allies, particularly within LGBT communities. There's the middle ground, the potential people that are potential or future allies, the medical and healthcare practitioner communities, and then thought leaders and influencers in other sectors as well. And then with each of those, we started to identify media outlets that we could reach them through, and in some cases, particular strategies. So as an example, policymakers, bigger mainstream, more credible mainstream, like Global Mail Anchor was on TV. And the strategies we really focused on where it was important to have the depth of stats. And in every case, it was really about story. So how we pair, which is good, I heard that coming in from your group too, how we pair stats with those personal stories in most cases. Are we doing anything to add on that from the group? And then some of our action items coming out of this, we don't have a timeline because I think it really depends on how the broader campaign happens. Like with media, you have a cycle or two, right? You can get in there. So it would really be when the momentum is building and when the right time would be to go to media. But definitely a couple of key things that we talked about was one, building our story bank, building our bank of people who are comfortable and willing to share their personal stories, and again, making those as diverse as possible. So that would be a way that people can support. And we started a bit of a brainstorm list. So if there's people here in the room today that are interested in sharing their personal stories with me, I'd love if you could come over and maybe share your contact information. We can talk about that more. And then we also talked about working with others, probably community, identifying a few folks, to then do media training. So to have training and support where we can work as a group together to ready ourselves to get comfortable sharing those stories in 3 to 5 minute segments. Anything? I think that pretty much covers it. Yeah? Okay, thanks.
All right, thank you, Julia.
Okay, hello. So our group was Human Rights and Legal Services. And we came up with 2 main things. The first one is trying to look at the feasibility and perhaps implementing a transgender law center, which could be TLC. We thought that was a cool acronym. That, of course, would be a very big project with lots of applications, and we would apply to the BC Law Society to do that. Oh, the BC Law Foundation, thank you. And Lana here is going to be the first contact person if you want to get involved with that. Yeah. But it doesn't sound like there's a lot of time between Nico and Lana and perhaps myself until the new year to take on a task like that. Yeah, we'll take a look at the paperwork. Okay. Yeah, I think so. So if anyone's interested in helping with that, please talk to Lana here. And the second one, which is Barbara is kind of leading this, is looking for more people to take on the gender marker law case. So we're looking for more complainants. Is that what it is?
Well, today what we're looking for is a vote from you folks about whether you think the gender marker challenge is a good idea. At the moment, we have a complaint in the works to take gender marker off birth certificate. And then after that, we'll work on passports and driver's licenses and so on. But for my purposes in that case, it would be helpful to know whether the folks in this room agree or don't agree that taking gender markers off things is a good idea. So who thinks it's a good idea? Not think so. Okay. Can you people who don't think so, please talk to me after?
What about the option of optional? Is that worthwhile including or not really for a strategy?
As a strategy, we think optional puts a bullet right on your forehead because any of the third options identify you immediately as non-binary, like you're setting yourself up for a bullet.
I mean, oh, I see. So I would take it completely off.
So take it off.
I gotcha. Thanks, Barbara.
Okay, that was all our group had.
Thank you to the Human Rights Committee.
Except one more thing, that's all I want to do for a living.
So, the timing of my life turned out really well for this event. I started a contract working for the NDP caucus. So my direct supervisor is Judy Darcy, the health spokesperson, and I'm also working with Spencer Chandler Herbert on trans healthcare in general, and then what the ministry said recently last week. So Judy and Spencer are very strong allies of the trans community, as am I. And they have requested a meeting with the minister for November 25th. So they'll be meeting with the Minister of Health to question him, his name is Terry Lake, on the details of the news release and the announcement that went forward. And what I want to do is develop the main messaging that Judy and Spencer should bring to the minister and what are our main questions. And I think for me, one of my main questions is this expert advisory committee, who's going to be on it, and is trans healthcare going to move into primary care, and are people actually going to listen to the direct care providers who are most knowledgeable and trans folks themselves.
So my group was the best practices for the future. So we looked at the ideal system and started to brainstorm in terms of topics and ideas that would help us advance that in terms of information that we would need to get there and to support that. So we ranged in our discussion in terms of the topic areas. We also talked a bit about methods, which is really important if you do any research, kind of some of the care and consideration in, talking to trans and other vulnerable communities. So some of the topics were, we really want to know what Scandinavian countries are doing, and also Argentina has adopted some new measures, and so they're very recent, and so we would just kind of want to know more information in terms of what they were doing and whether that would make sense for something that BC could be doing as well. So to support and or to modify to kind of advance for us. So we wanted to, that those things were around wait times, funding. We also talked about information distribution too, in terms of, not just here in Vancouver, but across BC, and, how other countries are dealing with that and how we could build on those models. In terms of methods, we really talked a lot about research fatigue, and so, kind of appreciating that and making sure that any new research that we do, whether it's something that your group was talking about or any other research topics, that we keep that foremost in our minds. In terms of actions, it was such a broad category that I think we had a bit of a hard time in terms of what, but I think kind of three main things that we left with. There's really a huge need for a knowledge hub. So you have a practitioners hub. We kind of similarly need something where we can, in terms of trans health, there's kind of a central place where we can have that information readily at hand for a variety of different needs that people can pull graphs and or do more in-depth research. And then also connecting researchers who are doing information sometimes, research sometimes in silos, and so making sure that there's more dialogue between them, and then making sure that community members can provide, trans community members can provide input and direction to those research projects as well, so that, as one person was saying, that cis folks can be held accountable for the types of research that they're doing and the lines of inquiry. There was also the need for, in compiling and, kind of moving research ahead around best practices. We obviously thought there would be need for applying for funding. So, understanding what kind of grants could help us with that endeavor. And then also just generally a communication strategy, and that might dovetail nicely with the media group. So you can already start to see there's a bit of a Venn diagram and overlap between all of these groups. So we'll need to make sure we coordinate. The communication strategy in terms of distributing information so that research gets out and data collection coming in. It's all kind of in one central place for people to access. We definitely need help with our group. We're a small, humble number here, so anybody interested in lending their research skills or website skills, which is a lot of this centralizing should be done online. So that's something that if you have website skills and you want to lend to this endeavor, by all means come talk to us. So also I have a very quick non-related plug. There's an all candidates forum happening on Tuesday, where we're going to be kind of talking to school board and park board representatives that, about trans issues. So there's been a lot of progress made over the last year, and we're hoping to hold them accountable for the progress. So that's kind of a political arena. If you're interested, you should come by. It's at Britannia Community Center. Thanks.
Hi, so this is the letter writing group. What we identified is that there are two primary kinds of letter contexts that we're really interested in. One is letters of impact for trans care that has not worked out. So kind of like victim impact statements. And these have to be managed carefully because they have to do with anonymity and things like this. So this has to be managed. And we think that that might need to be managed maybe by an organization. We were thinking if TAS could run this because we were an organization and we're interested and this impacts us directly. The other types of letters are essentially letters to help sway opinion or get policy changed. And there we have three families of target audiences. We have decision makers, which we think of as the provincial government, essentially. We have taxpayers and voters via the press, so that's the common person. And we have health authority providers, who are, of course, are direct vendors of services, but also they're subject to the province. Each one of these groups needs a different message. And as they care about different aspects of the continuum of trans care, whether it be, for example, efficiency of funding or budgeting at the provincial level or at the provider level versus fairness and human interest stories at the voter and taxpayer press level. We also recognize that some of these letters might actually need to be done at the prompt of the media group who would be organizing media, and we would be supporting with follow-up letters. So it's important that we have letters that are ready. Finally, we realized and we decided that we're going to do the following things. So first, we're going to write the College of Physicians, and we're going to ask them to tell their doctors that they have to treat trans people no matter what. This is something we're going to do short term, and it's kind of like a little bit of a preliminary letter, because we've been at TAS, and the chair has received a number of feedbacks from outside of Vancouver, especially that people can't get, just can't get primary care when their caregiver candidates find out they're transgender, and so it's important that the College of Physicians just kind of lay down the law in a way. Next, create a framework for the victim impact statements. We're going to do this by March, and this is, we propose a task to do this. If there's anybody who has, anybody have an issue with us running this through TAS? Now would be a good time to put up your hand. Okay, the main justification for this is that it should be kind of an organization, and we need to be able to manage the records and things like this. And also, I think we need to kind of put together a policy to do it from the point of view of managing people's private information that they may or may not choose to give up. Yes, Lana?
I agree entirely, but it might be handy that I've been a criminal lawyer both defense and crown for years, so I'm quite familiar with victim impact statements.
Okay, so
I might be able to help in that regard.
that's great. So what we'll do is we'll put that flow together. Yes?
It may also be worth asking the Ministry of Health and all the health authorities to include on their patient experience reporting measures and their patient-reported outcome measures to have people able to self-identify as trans on that.
So ask them to add their trans identity to patient experience record.
Reporting measures and patient-reported outcome measures. Those are some tools that are standardly used across all the health authorities to assess people's experience in care.
Okay, thank you. We wrote that down. The second, next point is we want to put together templates for people to put out writing campaigns to the decision makers, the taxpayers, and the service providers. And these are going to be for individuals to send out letters, and we're going to make them available somewhere centralized so that we can individually send out letters or get our peers and our friends to do so. And we're going to try to get people to pledge to getting, let's say, 1 or 10 or 50 of their friends to write a letter using the templates. So trying to use the tricks of the grassroots conservative people that they do this through their churches and stuff like this. So we're going to do it through our social networks. We're going to send a bunch of thank you letters for the stuff that's been recently divulged by the Ministry of Health, plus some pressure. So we're sending a thank you letter to Terry Lake for responding to the pressure. A letter to the health critic for providing pressure. Some letters to, one to Dave Eddy, to Heyman, who's at the MLA for Point Grey, I think, is that right? And to Herbert, who's the MLA for West End, who was quite vocal for in the last week. And that's what we're doing. And all these things will be in the short term. Thanks.
Hello. We were the group for grassroots organizing and civil disobedience. There's actually quite a bit that came up for us, and we realized that it was, in fact, much like I was saying, overlapping groups in which, like, how to use that in schools. So in terms of civil disobedience and grassroots organizing, really recognizing the impact of media. And so one of our tasks is to connect with the media group to kind of figure out what is the message that we want to be sending. What is the message and how are we going to send it? Another part of that was creating a functional working group to like continue to brainstorm activities and ideas. And the main thing that we wanted to do was have a flash mob. So connecting with the media group to have some sort of leaflet or handout that kind of expresses a message that is concise, clear around the importance of trans surgeries being local, safe, and timely, and streamlined. So like raising awareness in community, but then also having a follow-up, so connecting as well with the continuing dialogues group. And on the leaflet, figuring out like when might there be a dialogue or a workshop that's happening in the near future that folks who then experience this flash mob can go to receive more information, to be better educated, to continue that dialogue, create more awareness, and have that ripple out effect. Because we, through experience, know that change comes from collective action. And so the more people that we can have on our side and a better understanding, there's a greater pressure from the public than on the Ministry of Health and on the provincial and federal government, hopefully. We were looking at dates, and we have a couple of folks who have signed up to potentially research events to choose day or days and times for flash mobs. So where can we have these flash mobs? When can we have them that they'll actually generate a lot of buzz? And then also recognizing that March 3rd through 10th is Transgender Awareness Week. So that's kind of like our ideal timeline. And another one of the steps leading up to that is using YouTube. So once again, organizing with social media to have like a YouTube instructional video for the flash mob that we can send out to things like local schools, GSAs, community groups, post on our social media, so Facebook, Twitter, all that stuff, to then have like this choreographed action down to some simple steps that can then be broadcasted. So it's not just folks have to get together in a room to prepare, but really using social media to gather folks from all over to have as large a flash mob as we can. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Hi again, everyone. So I was here with the self-identified trans only group. We had like a lot of topics and stuff, but I think if I was going to say we had like one big idea, I'd say that we were going to go around the idea of bringing clarity in it and of information. So we were talking about discussing things with the CHIP website and seeing if we can get some additional information that we thought all was important up there. And I think that's kind of the biggest step we're going to take. So I would say a timeline is basically whenever I find those people and talk to them, which could be in like 5 minutes or a day or something like that. Yeah, and so that, I guess that's our first step is me going over there and talking to them. And I guess what's number 4? What support do I need? I need them to be receptive. I hope they are. I'm assuming they are. And then number 5, what was that? Who do we approach? Is there anybody here that actually is associated with that website? Tia, yes. Hi, I'm going to come talk to you really soon. Thanks. Okay, and that's about it. Thank you.
So impressive. Are we missing anybody? I think we've got one more group. All right, this is continuing the dialogue.
Okay. It's kind of perfect that we went last. So we were talking about how the dialogue is so big and it involves what everyone is doing. So we went through a number of things and realized that it's kind of an overwhelming amount of work to be done to continue this dialogue. So we broke it down into 3 major areas on the table. So just 1 second. So we broke it into these 3 major areas around strengthening community, putting together resources and building capacity, and the political and advocacy work that needs to be done. As a first step, we've sort of gone through and broken that down further through our conversation of what each of those might entail and where we need to develop that further. So we talked about building support for families of trans folks, looking at intergenerational community building, making sure that we were inclusive of people of color and people with multiple abilities, and several other pages worth of notes. Then we looked at resource and capacity building. So there's 130 people here today who have immeasurable knowledge of what supporting trans folks looks like. So we need to get all that information together. We need to try to stop reinventing the wheel and move forward. So we talked a bit about a resource dump, so we can get everything in one place and start to distribute that more effectively. So we've got THIP, which is more formal structures, but we also need to look at informal support. So there's people who don't have community, who need support, or people who have varying abilities and need support in particular ways. And we can each hopefully help fill some of those gaps. And then we made a short list of organizations that we need to bring to be accountable for the work that they've said that they would do. So we've got school board policy, park board policy, City of Vancouver stuff that's come forward, and then the provincial health authority stuff that's come forward. We need to make sure that they are all accountable. So that's a lot. So our first step is that I'm going to bump the facilitator of every group. I'm going to come and find you so that we can get all the information from your group collected. We need to make sure that we don't lose this information. So we're talking about how we need to find or create a list or a forum to share information and strategies so that we can keep connected and we can keep the information accessible. So I have agreed to be the point person for getting that started and figuring out what our options are for a community forum or website or listserv. We've talked about how to keep that sustainable. It can't be held with one individual. So hopefully the BC Trans Advocacy Day website will be able to provide some resource for that. And then we identified individuals in our group who are able to help develop resources and information around each of the topics. So hopefully once we're connected, we'll be able to gather that from everyone who's in the room and move forward. But we don't have a major timeline, but we do need to figure out where we can host this. So what forum can we use and how can we get this started? That's that.
So that actually segues really perfectly because so part of when we were organizing was discussing, making kind of an accountable action plan as we go forward, and then Theo segued nicely into what will we now do with all this knowledge of all the amazing people who came today, which is so lovely. I don't know if you had a spot, Theo, but before the day, Nat had created an email through Gmail that currently is transhealthdayofaction@gmail.com. And I'm wondering if we could connect you with that email and then folks, so one representative from each group, if you could email, it doesn't have to be super detailed, but like all of the salient points and in particular who was there at the group and who the contact person would be for that group. I also encourage everyone, if you're willing to fill out the contact information on each table, if you haven't already done that, that doesn't need to be sent largely to Theo's list, but it would be good to have someone who can be the holder of that information. And coming back to the hub, I know some of us through the organizing and this formation of the
Trans Health Advocacy Coalition. Possibly we don't have a website, we don't have a logo or anything, we just have the concept and the desire for it, so hopefully that could maybe turn into something along those lines.
Thanks, Andrea. So this morning we all enjoyed the timeline put together by Lucas and by Tara, and we saw all of the work that's been done in the past. And the challenges for us today is to continue on that work by not forgetting the commitments we've made today, the people that we've connected with, to build on the momentum that we've just begun. This movement, it doesn't belong to me, it doesn't belong to any one particular person or any one particular group. It's important that we all collectively take responsibility for making sure that we keep on moving forward from here. So what I want to do is let's take just one quick moment of silence where I want you to check in with yourself and think, okay, what one thing am I definitely going to do in the next 24 hours to make sure that this movement doesn't stop in this room? So just take a moment to think, okay, what am I willing to do? All right, I'm going to hold you to that, each and every single one of you. All right, I'm going to turn this back over to Raven. I just wanted to thank you all so much for sharing those action items, and I'm so looking forward to seeing them all unfold in reality. I'm totally blown away by the creativity in this room, as I know Raven is, so I'm going to hand it over to her.
Thank you. Look at the work we did today. This is really fantastic. Can we all give ourselves a round of applause, please? It was so inspiring to be here and to see everyone who was so into it and wanting change. I wanted to leave you with some words of literary wisdom, so I went through my favorite authors to find authors and activists actually to find some fitting words for us today, and I found something that I would like to share. But now, says the one slayer, now that you're here, the word of the Lorax seems perfectly clear. Unless someone like you cares a whole awful lot, nothing is going to get better. It's not. Thank you. And I think that things are going to get better because of you. So thank you. Email lists were placed on each table. Is that correct? If you could please keep in touch, please write down your email. And I guess through the website you can do the same. Yeah. Also, evaluations. Did everyone get an evaluation this morning? No? I thought they were handed out. Sorry. Here they come. Please spend a couple of minutes. Yeah. Please spend a couple of minutes filling out this evaluation, because it'll help us in the future organize. Tonight is the all-body swim at Templeton Pool. Yeah. And it starts at 7:30. It goes till 9:30. And you can check out allbodyswim.org for more information, okay? 7:30, and there's going to be some food there apparently. Okay, big thanks again to everyone who volunteered today and helped out. When you finished your evaluation, if you could please help out with putting tables and chairs away, and we'll help you do that. And Catherine is going to speak to us in a moment, just before we wrap up. Oh, yeah, this very cool ring was found. It's a spider, and I'm going to keep it if nobody claims it. Okay. And remember, take a look at the different working groups, and if any of them,
draw your attention, please figure out how to connect with the appropriate person. I imagine through the email list you could do that. Okay, handing it over to Catherine.
Hi, so I've been doing a lot of the finances for the Indiegogo campaign and other stuff. We have a bit of money left over. I know all of your groups have stuff to do, and if there's anything that like the quote unquote organizers, even though we're kind of more of an anarchistic collective, but if there's anything we can do to help you, if you need funds for something, please don't hesitate and approach us. And let us know, if there's something that, we could do, and I'll see about cutting you a check or whatever not. So just be open to that possibility. So, okay. I mean, it's not a ton of money, but a little bit here and a little bit there always works. So.
Here's to free money.
Well, cool. Yeah. Here, Mike.
We're done. Thank you so much, everyone. Please hand your evaluation in up here on this table.
And if anyone's waiting for reimbursement, just come see me afterwards as well. I think there might be one or two in the room. And transit tickets is Morgan. So if you need transit tickets, to go talk to Morgan. Thanks. Yeah. Yeah, you want.
I start transitioning over to you after I'm so this is great and awesome.
Just wanted to let everyone know that we received very generous donation of bread. So just outside the door, you'll find literally bags and bags of bread. Please feel free to take some bread home with you. It's all great bread from the bread affair. Also, a few people brought things. There's some containers at the back with cookies, carrot cake, and those are all at the back at the center.
For all of the email lists, you can just bring them up at front when you drop off the evaluation forms.
Are we going to keep those facilitators?
Yeah, I don't know.
So, I don't. Oh my God. Okay, I need to get photos of all these things.
Rip it off.
I just want to get this stuff. Where's that microphone? So one last final announcement. If you want photos of your big sheets, lay them out on your table. I'll come and take pictures, and I'll email out the pictures. That way you don't have to carry out each piece of paper. Which is perhaps stupid for us, but yeah. Okay, I'm going to talk to the online folks. And or you want to leave one for? Yeah, do on the floor. Second. Okay. All right, next page. Yeah, I can make a picture of this photo from you. Cool. Do you want your copies of that stuff too? Sorry, I guess I nailed it.
Beverly, hi. Nice to meet you. Oh, you're welcome. Thank you. It's hatha yoga. Yeah. Hello, do you do that? Good reason to do it. Yeah, I've done it. Have you done that before? No. Oh, yeah, thank you.
Where you get it off?
So you'll be able to send me that.
I will. Okay, so you're Lauren Moffat. Okay, I will.